You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Colts. Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show. Every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern, you'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Got a full slate of Major League Baseball on Tuesday, June 20th. It all gets going 6:40 Eastern. Atlanta Braves will start a 3-game series in Philadelphia, take on the Phillies. Spencer Strider, 7-2 with a 4.12 ERA on the hill. Ranger Suarez is 1-2 with a 3.82. Braves are minus 145 on the money line. Over under is 8.5. Marlins will try to keep their winning streak alive. They pounded the Blue Jays yesterday. Arraez went 5 for 5 to get his average up to 400. It'll be Kikuchi versus Perez. Marlins, minus 120 on the money line. Over under is 8. Cardinals and Nationals are back at it again. Montgomery versus Gore. St. Louis, minus 145. The line is 8.5. Mets are at the Astros. Verlander returns to Houston. He'll take on Framber Valdez. The Astros, minus 145. Over under 7.5. Orioles are at the Rays. Bradish versus Glasnow. Tampa Bay minus 178. Over under 7.5. Royals and Tigers, 6:40 first pitch. Lynch versus Lorenzen. The Mariners are at the Yankees at 7:05. Kirby versus Garrett Cole. Yankees minus 115. Over under is 7. The Cubs are at the Pirates. Stroman versus Oviedo. Chicago minus 130. Over under is 8. At 7:10, the Rockies are at the Reds. Davis versus Lively. Cincinnati minus 190. The money line, the run line is 10. The A's are at the Guardians at 7:10. Medina versus Seville. Cleveland minus 250 over under 9. Red Sox are back at it against the Twins. 7:40 first pitch. Crawford versus Ober. Minnesota minus 140 over under 8.5. The Diamondbacks are at the Brewers. Nelson versus Rhea. The over-under is 9. Milwaukee minus 125. Rangers and White Sox. Eovaldi versus Cease. Pretty good pitching matchup. Texas minus 145. 8.5 is the over. Padres are at the Giants. Lugo versus Desclafini. Disco Stick and the Giants are underdogs at home. Padres minus 115 over under 8.5. The Dodgers are at the Angels. Kershaw versus Detmers. Dodgers minus 130, the under 8.5. Men's college baseball today. TCU versus Oral Roberts at 2 o'clock. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on there as the show rolls along. Tonight, number 5 LSU versus Tennessee. Both games are winning, you're in, lose, and you go home. The winners of today's game will head on Wednesday to take on Florida and Wake Forest. The 1 and 2 seed in the tournament will have to be beaten twice to get eliminated. This all meets to a head this weekend for the championship series out in Omaha. In soccer news, Inter Miami CF are planning for Lionel Messi to make his debut on July 21st in a Leagues Cup match against Cruz Azul. Owner Jorge Mas told reporters this on Monday. Messi, 35 years old, said earlier this month he intends to sign for Miami after leaving Paris Saint-Germain, although a deal remains to be finalized. In a wide-ranging interview with a small group of reporters, including the Miami Herald, the club said direct from the MLS that, quote, no rules are being changed to incorporate Messi onto the Inter Miami's roster. Miami's plan for Messi, who was on holiday in Rosario, to make his debut at PNK Stadium in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, against Cruz Azul on July 21st. Miami is preparing for Messi's arrival, which includes work on the increasing capacity of the stadium to 22,000 by adding approximately 3,000 seats during this time period. The Argentine captain says that he is, quote, eager and ready to face his new challenge after turning down offers to move to Barcelona and Saudi Arabian club as well. Quote, I think there will always be a before Messi and after Messi when we talk about sports in the United States. I cannot overemphasize the magnitude of this announcement. Having the world's greatest player here is something that is significant for our league and for the football ecosystem in the United States. Unquote. That was delivered by the MLS president. To be noted, similar quotes of this nature were made about 15 years ago when Beckham came to the MLS as well. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really, this is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key. And simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. We are ready for a 3-game rumble in Philadelphia. God dog it. Let's put them out of their misery.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I hope you're doing as well as I am, because I am ready for this to get rolling. I am ready for this entire series to get going, and we're going to find out a lot about this Atlanta Braves team here in the next 3 days. What we have on tap for you here on Braves Country HD, obviously we're going to be doing the show all 3 days here on 99.1 FM WQEE. We're going to be bringing you the live Braves Country today, 3 to 5, and then we will be bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday is a day game. It starts at 1:05 Eastern or about that time, and we're going to bring all 3 games to you. And we've got some things in the works too as well. Next week we will bring you the entire Minnesota Twin series. I got some things moved around. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do the Monday game. A lot of times the Monday game is hard for me to do, but I got some things moved around. So we're going to do the whole Minnesota Twin series. They lead the AL Central, if you haven't been paying attention to that. And then we got the Miami Marlins the following weekend, and we're going to bring the first 2 games of that to you as we try not to work on Sundays. We will do the chat cast regardless, come hell or high water the rest of the year. We're at least going to have that up for every single game. But the point is, we're going to bring you 14 games in the next 16 games available. So we're excited about that, and we're going to be burning the candles at both ends, but we are ready to bring it to you here on Braves Country Baseball. And look, this is going to be one heck of a series. I can't wait to dive into it. The series itself, you look at the fact that we are 8 games in front of Philadelphia, and man, those pesky Marlins keep winning. Won again. They won again last night. I'm starting to really dislike the Toronto Blue Jays. You sweep the Braves out of the building, and then you can't even show up against Miami. I mean, they got their clocks cleaned. Arraez went 5 for 5. He's leading the NL in voting for second base. I'm sorry, I'm still taking Ozzie Albies. You give me the ability to have Ozzie or Arraez at second base. I'm taking Ozzie 11 days out of 10. 101 days out of 100. And the reason why is, Arraez goes out there and he goes 5 for 5, but they're all slap singles. So is there that much? I heard someone say this today. You can't compare. The last time someone was hitting this deep into the season, 400, was Chipper Jones, a little over a decade ago. You can't compare the two because Arraez's slug he doesn't have a slug percentage. He has a slap percentage. They're all slap hits. I'm not taking anything away from him on the fact that it's an impressive feat to be able to hit 400. But when you're just slapping at the ball, it'll be interesting to see if these defenses will eventually wake up and realize you can play in on this guy. He doesn't hit the ball very far. It's not quite to the point of how we used to treat pitchers, but you can almost cheat that far in. And I would do it if I was a defense. I would dare him to hit over the defense. When the Braves play the Marlins in a couple of weeks, I would like to see them cheat in, especially if we have the athletic guys that are out there, the Harrises, the Acuñas, we'll say Pilar tonight. Make him hit him over our head. Make him do it. Don't think he can. And I think if he tries, you're going to get him out of his game, and you're going to see something very, very different than what we have going on right now. So that to me is the key for taking on Arraez. But you can't take away the fact that the man is hitting 400 at this point. I still say I would rather have Ozzie Albies. I just would. First of all, he's a better defender. Not that Arraez is like some kind of handicap, but he's a better defender than Arraez. Has a better arm, better range. And then from the hitting standpoint, there's no comparison as far as the threat that he is at the plate. He is an absolute threat at the plate. Ozzie is to go yard at any given time. And yet, if you look at the Arraez coming to the plate, the only way he's a real threat is if you got the bases loaded. If you got the bases loaded, you got to worry about it because it's like, where are you going to put him? But other than that, I mean, that should be any batter, anytime. So there you have that. A couple other things real quick. I don't know if you heard the sports break, but the quote from the MLS that said that it's going to change, that everyone's going to view, basically saying pre-Messi and post-Messi in the world of American sports. Have you lost your mind? Are you insane? Are you delusional? 35-year-old soccer player coming over? Nobody cares. He's going to make his debut in July 21st. Whoever's carrying it, I don't know who's carrying it because it's not important, but we'll end up getting the numbers after it, and I'm sure it will be bigger than what they normally have. I'm just going to say put it up against the other night when ESPN was jumping up and down because of the number that they got on their Sunday night baseball broadcast, Yankees versus Mets. It crushed most of their broadcasts. It dwarfed the hockey playoffs, and it actually beat most of their NBA playoffs. So to say that Messi coming over is going to make some big difference in American soccer, nah. I mean, what the biggest thing that'll do is that the fans of Messi will watch that league that they never watched before. Other than that, the American sports fan, just like the metric system, we ain't buying it. We're going to make you watch our sports. We're not watching your sport. Hate to break it to them. MLS is barely going to be just a little more relevant than the WNBA in the grand scheme of the American. Look, I think it's great for the actual league, don't get me wrong. But to say that there's going to be a big difference in MLS now, that all of a sudden your average Joe, that you're going to walk into your average American sports bar on a Friday or Saturday night this fall when the MLS, by the way, that's during their season, and they're going to say, hey, man, bitch, you put the Messi game on. Yeah, there'll be two idiots, and the rest of them going, if you touch that dial off Bulldogs versus Gators, we're going to freaking choke you out. That's going to be the message sent. If you take it off of the Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies, it's going to get slap ugly. That's the message that'll be sent. That'll be the pre and post, are the gut stompings that will ensue if you try to put that garbage on the TV when real American sports are on. All right, I'm off that soapbox. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, Braves, Phillies, the series, the game tonight. We've got the lineups. We're going to react to that. And there's a couple other things we got to hit on. We'll be back in a flash. Keep it locked. You're here on Braves Country HD, YouTube.com. And it's Braves Country today, 99.1 FM WQEE.
Well, don't mind me. I'm just here to install this smoke detector.
Smoke detector? Does that detect any kind of smoke?
Long live the king.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy, and Trevor Lawrence knows, throw it up against that single coverage, give him a chance to make a play on a 50-50 ball.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Welcome back.
Who is on first?
What are you asking me for? I don't know.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE. Welcome back. Yeah, footy in England. Actually, England's the one that actually came up with the term soccer, and then they got bent out of shape because people started using the term. They said, no, it's football. You don't call it soccer. The English came up with the term soccer. That's why it was originally used. Little known fact. Look it up. Look it up. All right, let's get into Braves Phillies. And I'd be remiss if I didn't get into this real quick.
You're in Braves country.
Braves Phillies. And this is going to be a good old-fashioned street fight, I think. This series is going to be fun. Looking forward to it. We've got the lineups are already out. Our good friend Bryce Harper is in the lineup tonight. It's interesting to me, 152 at-bats. He has 3 home runs. That's not Bryce Harper liking. You almost wonder, is it the injury? Did they rush him back too early, or has he just not gotten his groove yet? But 152 at-bats is 152 at-bats. I mean, that's quite the sample size, right? For people who aren't familiar with it, typically, if you were to play close to every game in the season, you would have around 500, 550 at bats, somewhere in that neighborhood. So we're talking about almost a little over a third of the season, a third of the season is essentially what he has played so far. A little less than that. He has 3 home runs. I mean, that's on pace if you played it out. 12 to 14 or 15 home runs, that's got to be concerning. It really does. Now, the Phillies have actually started playing pretty good baseball recently, but Harper only having 3 runs, you wonder, because remember, they rushed him back. And so that could be a concern. Now, that doesn't mean I want to throw a meatball in there in the first inning to see, let's just see what you got. No, I'm good. I've seen enough Bryce Harper home runs against the Atlanta Braves. We good. Kyle Schwarber's got 20 home runs. Kyle Schwarber is the ultimate feast or famine. I thought it was bad last year. His batting average is 187. So he either absolutely clobbers the ball or it's an out. He has 48 hits this year and 257 at bats. 48 hits, 20 of them are home runs. Think about that. Another guy who hasn't really gotten going, especially when you consider $300+ million contract, Trey Turner. Remember that big hubbubaloo? Everybody in Braves country wanted, we got to go get Trey Turner. I don't want Dansby Swanson. Got to get Trey Turner. And I laughed the whole time going, yeah, they're not signing Trey Turner. If you can't afford Dansby Swanson at 177, you dang sure aren't getting Trey Turner. But the delusional Braves fan was always out there going, I got to get Trey Turner. Then we're going to trade for Shohei Ohtani. And if we have any extra money left over, Patrick Mahomes could possibly pitch for us. That's like that every single offseason. Anyways, we could possibly put LeBron James in left field and let's see what we could do out there. But anyways, we're back to reality. Trey Turner is a Philly. Everybody knew he was going to be a Philly. I mean, there was an outside chance that he was going to go back to L.A., but every report that I read, and we do these shows during the offseason too for folks who aren't familiar. We do a daily show during the offseason, and we go into, basically predicting the free agent market. And we kept pounding the table. We kept saying, look, Trey Turner is going to be a Philly because A, they had the money and were willing to spend it, and B, him and Bryce Harper were buddies from back in the Washington days, and C, and more importantly than anything else, you guys will know, his wife was from the area and she wanted to go home. That was very well documented. That's not saying that she wouldn't have said, nah, you know what, we're going to go to Kansas City because they're paying us $400 million, right? But she wanted to go home. He had spent the first part of his career in Washington, not that far from Philly. And she was from right outside that area. Let's call it what it is. You're making the wife happy, right? So, but Trey Turner, $300 million. So we'll just ballpark it, $30 million this year. 247 average, 7 home runs. That's not what they signed up for. He's been getting booed quite a bit. Now he's picked up his slug a little bit here recently. But even with all that being said, that is one of the most dangerous lineups in professional baseball that's not wearing an Atlanta Braves uniform. Especially when you look at the top half of their lineup. The bottom half of their lineup right now, and it's one of the things got to do with the fact that Rhys Hoskins out for the season, right? It's a devastating blow. That makes your lineup a little shorter. But you look at that lineup, the top 4, we'll even say top 5 with JT Realmuto. Realmuto is a solid hitting catcher. He's just not doing what he normally does right now. And I don't care if we think he's going to get hot, if we think he's going to do this. I'm talking about what's going on right now. We're playing him today. We're not talking about a series down the road. JT Realmuto, 258, 8 home runs. The biggest thing you have to look at JT Realmuto if he gets on base for a catcher, something you normally don't have to worry about. He's got 10 steals. So their offense goes. That kid Stott is a pain in the rear. He's going to be batting down there at the 6 hole. And then you get Alex Bohm, who, Bohm hasn't turned out to what they thought he would be already. He's still young. But 268 batting average, 7 home runs. Clemens, and yes, it's Roger Clemens' son. He is basically the fill-in for the injury that they had at first base at the beginning of the season. And they tried a couple of things, and basically he has, from what I've seen, he's played a lot of first base. And then Marsh is their center fielder. I'll take our lineup any day of the week over that. I mean, you go head to head. We don't have time to do this, but you go head to head down the line. I will take their lineup. By the way, not to be forgotten about, the All-Star ballot. The top two of each infield position and the designator and the designated hitter advance to the next round of them deciding essentially who's going to be in the All-Star game. And the top six. So right now, just without getting into the weeds of all that, here who is currently, as far as everyday players, eligible for the Atlanta Braves to go to the next round. Right now, Arcia, Acuna, and Sean Murphy all lead their positions. Right now, Riley, Olsen, and Ozzie Albies are all in second, which means they'll move on. Right outside, and this is interesting, on the outside looking in at the number 3 spot in his position is Travis d'Arnaud. We've got 2 of the top 3 catchers in the National League in the All-Star Battle League. Whether that's fair or not, you could get, I don't care about the argument of that. The point is, that's pretty cool. Travis d'Arnaud realistically has not played enough to be able to put him up there. And if Sean Murphy's injury continues, that's going to be an issue. But hopefully we'll get some good news on that front. Now, I can't remember if I brought this up, but tomorrow is the day that we will find out about Sean Murphy. Because I thought we might get some information today, and we may still. By Wednesday, if the Braves do not put Sean Murphy on the IL, which can backdate to Sunday, that's the rule. 3 days, and it can be the day after the alleged injury. After that, the Braves are either going to wing it and keep the roster the way it is, or you may see a move. You may see a move where I think there's a pretty good chance that they may try to get through the Philadelphia series, but I think there's a pretty good chance, come hell or high water, you're either going to get Sean Murphy back this coming weekend, or you're going to get him on the IL so that they can bring in an infielder. Who that would be, that's up to them. Everyone's going to say, Vaughn Grissom. Dude, that you just kicked the ball around on Sunday. You got another error. Not. They're going to want to continue to develop. Remember, there's been a slew of moves with the Atlanta Braves organization. Subtle moves over the last few weeks, and they've signed about 3 guys that they could bring up for a small stint if they had to lose them and DFA them. They're not going to lose any sleep over it. So there's that. By tomorrow, we'll know. So, and we might get the information today, but I'm saying by tomorrow, if they don't do it tomorrow, then they are under the impression Murphy will be back sometime this week. Right now, tonight, Travis d'Arnaud's behind the plate. For those who are riding down the road and can't see the lineup, it is standard for what we've seen for the past little less than a week. Acuna is leading off. Ozzie is at second, and he's batting second. Riley's hitting third. d'Arnaud is behind the plate, and he's cleanup. You're going to get Olsen. Ozuna is the DH tonight. There's a lefty on the mound. Arcia is batting 7th. I still say that man needs more at bats. I want him up a little higher. I mean, especially against a lefty. He's batting 341. 341. That's going to get overshadowed by Arraez every day of the week. But remember, he was injured for a stint, and he still has 6 homers and 25 RBI. Pilar is your left fielder. He's batting 8th, and the Michael Harris batting 9th. Man, how about Harris in the past? And it wasn't intentional because it was a rain out. But I kind of hit the nail on the head. He needed a day off to kind of refocus. Michael Harris came off that rain out after Tuesday and has been scalding hot. Since that game, he has raised his batting average almost 60 points. Now, when you have a terrible batting average and not a lot of at bats because of the injury, kind of easy to do per se, but still, Harris, I just felt like he needed an opportunity to kind of sit back. I still would like to see from time to time give him and give Acuna a day off in the outfield. Now, not coming off of a day off against your arch rival. No, I don't mean that. But I wouldn't mind seeing one of them getting the DH nod and getting some of these other outfielders who are like Sam Hilliard's never getting at bats. So I wouldn't mind seeing Hilliard get into the outfield. We'll say like sometime this weekend against the Reds, against a right-hander, and you leave Acuna in the lineup, but you give Hilliard a shot, or maybe you DH Harris against a right-hander. You don't have to put a quote-unquote DH at the DH position every night. Keep some of the wear and tear off the tires. So we're only a little over 70 games in. This will be game 73 tonight. So we're not even halfway through. And these are the dog days of summer, June, July, August. These are the 3 months that are the biggest grind for Major League Baseball players to stay focused, to stay healthy, and to stay on top of their game. Every once in a while, it's not going to hurt to have a guy take a seat, take a load off, maybe get a different perspective. A lot of times when you see that, the guys come off that day off scalding hot, much like Harris is. All right, so those are your lineups, and if you look at the pitching matchup, Ranger Suarez, we all know the Braves tattoo left-handers. Ranger Suarez has pitched really, really well against the Atlanta Braves. Now, I don't know what to make of tonight's game with him because he's been up and down, but he's really pitched well his last couple outings. And so, with that being said, I'm going to assume. Now, here are Suarez's numbers versus the Braves. He has, see, how many games has he played? He started 6 games. He has a 3.21 ERA, not too shabby. 41 strikeouts in 42 innings. Braves have taken him deep 5 times. And let's see, 41 strikeouts in 42 innings. And what has been the walk rate against the Braves? 18 walks. So he's a little better than what he is on his career average. But just because the Braves hit lefties well does not mean Ranger Suarez is a gimme. Now, I do believe the more you see a guy advantage hitter, right? And the Braves, now the last time the Braves saw him, and this is regular season, Ranger Suarez, 6 innings, no earned runs. Got the win. Time before that, 6 innings, 1 earned run. Time before that, 5 innings, no earned run. So the last 3 outings, 17 innings pitched, 1 earned run. A couple of times before that, the Braves got to him, but that was the beginning of the year last year where he was really struggling. He came on late. So it's not going to be an easy outing, which means Spencer Strider's got to step up, man. Spencer Strider's got to be, come on now. I'm sick and tired of hearing about how he's got to work things out and figure things out. You got to go out there and do some things, man. They've gone out and paid you. They've given you big money. You're the number 2 guy. Right now, you're the number 1 guy because of the Fried injury. You're the number 2 guy in this rotation. You got to pull your bootstraps up. I don't want to hear any excuses. If you go out there and spit the bit again tonight, I don't want to hear all this junk. Now, I will say this. He has owned up to most of his stuff. But that's not the point. The point is, I don't care if you own up to it. Saying my bad over and over and over and over again, eventually everyone looks at you and goes, yeah, we know it's your bad. Can you fix it? I'm going to be interested to see what his velocity is. Normally, I don't pay attention to that, but he lives and dies off of his strikeout and his velocity, and he's been averaging around 96 his last several outings. He was routinely 98, 99, 100. We have not seen that since the beginning of the year. Because we haven't heard anything injury-wise, my take is that it's got to be mechanical. Regardless, if he doesn't get it figured out, they'll put him on the ghost IL. And they may have already have done it if they weren't already in a bad way. Because sometimes they'll do that ghost IL. They'll find the smallest thing and say, we're going to shut you down. And what they're really doing is they're wanting to restart you, reboot you, the young pitchers, because they want to focus on your delivery when you first come off and you start doing your work. You're not worried about getting guys out and winning games. You're worried about the basics. So that'll, to me, that is the game tonight. It's the starting pitching. If the Braves can get to Ranger Suarez and knock him out and get to that terrible Phillies bullpen, I believe we're going to get the W. But that's assuming Spencer Strider goes out there and gives us a quality start. Bare minimum, I want to see 6 innings. Bare minimum, I want to see below 3 earned runs or less. Ideally, what you want to see in this situation, I want to see 7 innings, 2 earned. That's the step up moment. And if we don't get enough runs to get the W on 2 earned, it's through 7 innings. That's on the bats. That's not on the pitcher. You can't go into Citizen Bank Park and expect to shut someone out. You just can't. So you got to get out there and do that. By the way, I do want to touch on this because I don't think I hit on it yesterday. I had it jotted down, and I realized after the show that I don't think I ever got to this. Man, that thing they did to Charlie Culberson was dirty. I mean, that was dirty. What in the heck? You're going to have that man throwing out the first pitch with his dad, and have his dad throw out the first pitch on Father's Day? You DFA him? And that's great that Michael Harris's dad stepped in and was there to. That had to felt dirty for them too. Man, that's dirty. They should have given some kind of an option. First of all, it's not like Trump played in that game. That was dirty, man. They should have let his dad throw out that first pitch. No matter what. Even if Charlie wasn't technically supposed to be on the field, whatever, I don't know, figure that part out. But man, that's dirty. All that guy has done for the organization, and I hate saying that because by far my favorite organization, but man, when you get into the weeds of that and you look at that, you're like, dude, and look, we know it's a business. Blah, blah, blah. Wasn't like Trump was getting the start on Father's Day. And Culberson has been known to be able to get behind the plate as an emergency catcher. So he could have stayed on the roster. They could have made this move going into this game. I'm sure it wasn't. Well, you know what? I don't know who made the actual final call on it, but I'm not going to put it at the feet of Snicker. But man, it was just cringy. It was cringy. My pick to click tonight, well, we got a lefty on the mound, so I'm looking for a righty. Man, Acuna, I think it's about time for Acuna to get rocking and rolling. He's having a good season, but I want to see him wallop one out of the building. I think he's going to get to Suarez, the straw that stirs the drink. Let's take Acuna's pick to click. But if I had a number 2 guy to look at, man, it'd be Kevin Pillar. Man, that dude steps up, man. Seems like every time they get him in there, he rakes one over the wall. All right. Let's take a quick break, getting you set for Braves Phillies. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Get your game face on, Braves Country. God dog it, it's Phillies. This ain't the Rockies. We're playing the Phillies tonight.
Why do you keep your mouth shut? I'm not taking off my clothes today. I'm styling and profiling. You just be glad I'm here looking the way I look.
Armchair.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves Country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit GoHoots.com. That's GoHoots.com.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
McLovin? What kind of a stupid name is that, Fogel? What, are you trying to be an Irish R&B singer?
Oh, they let you pick any name you want when you get down there.
And you landed on McLovin.
Yeah, I was between that and Muhammad.
Why would it be between that and Muhammad? Why don't you pick a common name like a normal person?
Muhammad is the most commonly used name on earth. Read a book for once.
Fogel, have you ever actually met anyone named Muhammad?
Have you actually ever met anyone named McLovin?
You look like a future pedophile in this picture, number one. Number two, it doesn't even have a first name. It just says McLovin. What? One name? One name? Who are you, Seal?
I am McLovin.
Welcome back. You got the College Baseball World Series going on. TCU versus ORU, Texas Christian and Oral Roberts. And TCU leads at 3-0, top of the fifth. TCU is at bat. Tonight, Tennessee versus LSU. These four teams are fighting for the right to go on tomorrow, and they'll play Florida and Wake Forest. Florida and Wake Forest will have the upper hand on whoever they play because that team will have to beat them twice. And once you get through that nonsense, then you'll get the best of three in starting Saturday. It's Saturday, Sunday, and if there's a championship Monday. A lot easier than it used to be. Years and years ago, when I first started watching College World Series, they used to cram and I mean cram these games in about a week. It would start on a Friday afternoon, and you would have your participants by the end of Friday, and it would be a one-game winner-take-all on Saturday afternoon. And I think it's more fair the way they do it now, but I'm going to be honest with you, it was better back then. It was much better back then. Because there was something cool about winner-take-all. Let's go. Let's get it. Now it's best of 3. That's cool, but as far as if you want appointment television, you got to get it to a game 3. It just, I don't know, it loses a little bit of its luster. CBS used to do those games. Remember the walk-off home run LSU did against Miami? That was in the early 90s. That was nuts. I remember Florida State. They tried to send a pitcher to the championship game. He was pitching the entire, not just the game, he pitched the entire College World Series with a torn rotator cuff. He tore it when Florida State beat Auburn to get to the College World Series. Back then, they didn't have the super regionals. It was just the regionals. It was a 6-man regional or 6-team regional. And when you won it, you went on to the World Series. And they beat Auburn it was a very dramatic fashion. And there was a dog pile at the end of the game, and the starting pitcher tore his rotator cuff. And back then, ain't like it is now. You just rub some dirt on it. That dude tried to pitch. He pitched one game in the series, and then he pitched the championship. It actually pitched well. Like 6 or 7 scoreless innings. He eventually gave up a run. They were just, I don't think that guy ever made it. I can't remember his name. Mike Martin was infamous for just running someone's arm in the ground. Remember that kid Richie Lewis pitched for Florida State in the early 90s? And the Marlins drafted him. This was very early in the Miami Marlins or Florida Marlins existence. They drafted him pretty high. A lot of it had to do with the fact that he was one of the best pitchers in college baseball. And I think they were trying to get fans into the stands. So they went out and they drafted some guys from Miami and Florida, but they went out and got Richie Lewis, and he wasn't worth a darn. And everyone used to say that the reason why he wasn't worth a hoot was because Mike Martin ran his arm in the ground. By the time he finally got to the majors, and this was a guy that had he had it all. He had fastball, curveball, you name it. They expected him to be a starter for long term. He got to the majors, he made some appearances, but he was a reliever, and he was not a closer. And everyone still, I can remember they talked about that for 15 years. I guarantee you, 15 years down in Florida, how they talked about how you run Richie Lewis. Anytime that someone would bring up Mike Martin and they'd want him fired, they say, and then he ruined Richie Lewis's career. That'd be the first thing out of their mouth. It's pretty funny. TCU leads Oral Roberts 4-0. So that looks like that's good. That's not going the way of Oral Roberts. Man, between TCU and Oral Roberts, man, I bet there's some slush funds going on there. Woo! Better bring your money if you want to get to where you want to go. So yeah, TCU, Oral Roberts. That's one of the problems with the College Baseball World Championship, World Series, is you get some teams in there that there's a lot of fans are like, who? And so it just kind of has, Oral Roberts. You think about that. That's up there with George Mason making the Final Four years ago. It kind of loses its luster. Oral Roberts, by the way, should have probably beaten Florida. Man, Florida has skimmed through by the skin of their teeth. So I don't have a dog in this. I'm pulling for the Vols tonight to try to beat. I don't think they're going to beat LSU, man. LSU took it to them. LSU's got some pitching. My word, does LSU have some pitching. I'm going to keep that on one eye on that while we're doing Braves Phillies tonight. Mets are playing the Astros. And Hunter Brown, man, he did not show up last night. Scherzer looked good. So, Vogelfat knocked one out. So, man, they're going to be ready to resurrect a statue of him. I hope they sign him to a long-term deal. Long-term deal. Go ahead and lock him up, man. He's hit 2 home runs in the last 10 or 11 days. You better get Daniel Vogel back in there. You better lock it down. Don't let him get away. Come on, Cohen. I thought you had all the money. I want to see a 10-year, $250 million deal for Vogelfat. So you got some pretty good series going on, and not to look ahead, but we go to Cincinnati this weekend. That team is playing good baseball. I saw Joey Votto's back. I knew he was on the mend. I didn't know he was finally back. He knocked one out last night. I've always liked Votto. I don't like him when he plays the Braves, but I always liked Votto. I know I've told the story before, but that's that TikTok or whatever it was, I saw that one time. It might have been a YouTube short, I don't remember. But where he comes to the plate and he's warming up, or he's on the batter circle and he's warming up and he's getting ready to go take his at bat, and some jerk yells out, goes, "Hey Joey, I remember when you were good." And Joey Votto looks back at him, kind of a chunky fellow, and he goes, "Yeah, I remember when you were thin." It's like a couple other things I've seen from Votto. Dude, that is just classic. That is just, you gotta love a guy who can give it and take it, and ribbing, all that. It's been within the last year or so that he did that. That was funny. I still don't. I know if you look at a lot of his metrics, he's probably going to get in the Hall of Fame. I still don't think him as a Hall of Famer. He walks so much, and it's always been a thing with me when I want my corner infielders to slam it out of the park. I really do. Yeah, Abbott's good. What was the other kid? See who's pitching tonight for them. Is it Lively? So Ben Lively pitches tonight, so we'll probably see him. He's a pretty good pitcher. Looking at, see who pitches for Cincinnati tomorrow. Oh, Abbott pitches tomorrow. We're going to dodge that bullet. Hopefully he pitches. Well, let's not face him. I don't want to see any rain in the Cincinnati area the next 24 hours. As far as the Braves and Phillies go, Shawver's, unless they change it, Shawver's going to the mound tomorrow. The SSAJ against Aaron Nola. Aaron Nola, 6-5, a 4.66. We know the routine with Aaron Nola. He's going to pitch lights out against the Braves. He always does. I don't know how the hell he does it. The Atlanta Braves cannot hit Aaron Nola. They've never been able to hit Aaron Nola. I go back to was that 5 or 6 years ago on opening day when Gabe Kapler was the manager of the Phillies and he pulled Nola? He was cruising and he pulled him in the 6th inning. And he was, I think he might have thrown 72 pitches. And he pulled him because of the metrics told him he didn't want Nola to be seen the 3rd time through the line. This is opening day, Truist Park. And the Braves were down like 7-2. We were just getting their guts handed to us. And they pulled Nola, and the Braves go out and score. They end up doing a walk-off. We used to do our live radio show in the North Florida from a restaurant, and it was opening day, and we did a big to-do about that. So we ended up doing our live show that day because it was opening day. And it was Monday, opening day, and it was also, if it wasn't the championship, then it was like the Final Four. There was something to do that I'm almost positive that it was something to do. Basketball was being played that night. I do remember that college basketball was being played that night. So it was a big thing that we did. Everyone got together, and we were just about to go off the air. This is before we were doing the play-by-play, and they went bonkers in that place because the Phillies are just falling apart. And there was two Phillies. I'll never forget these two Philly fans are sitting in the side of the coast, and all they kept screaming was, "God, fire Kapler! He's garbage!" And it was like they just hired this guy. Fire him! He's garbage! He's garbage! They were ready to chop his head off and stick it on a post and run it through town like Frankenstein. It was unbelievable. And he was going by the book. The book they had was you didn't have Nola see the lineup the third time through, even though if he'd given up two, one of them was unearned. It was like he had like two hits. They were cruising. There was like 6 or 7 pitch. He goes, "Nope, got to pull him out." And I don't remember who they brought in. That dude got bombed. I remember Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off. It was like, what the hell? Anyways, your score is 6-0. TCU taking it to Oral Roberts. That's a snore fest. We'll let you know if it gets interesting. Beautiful weather out there, though. They've been battling with some elements. All right, let's go ahead and take a really quick break. When we come back, Joey's going to join us. Got a lot to talk about. We're going to talk about some Louisville football today, along with Major League Baseball, because Louisville is the first opponent of Georgia Tech, and that game's being played in Atlanta. So our mini camps, many days of mini camps here on Braves Country as we get you through the summertime, and Braves Phillies. More on that when we hit the other side. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country today, 99.1 FM, WQEE. And I'm being told that the game will be picked up here on 99.1 FM on Wednesday. Going to catch it a little late, probably third inning or so, but the game will be here as well. So we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on the Key, baby boy. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, the Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Got a full slate of Major League Baseball on Tuesday, June 20th. It all gets going 6:40 Eastern. Atlanta Braves will start a 3-game series in Philadelphia, take on the Phillies. Spencer Strider, 7-2 with a 4.12 ERA on the hill. Ranger Suarez is 1-2 with a 3.82. Braves are -145 on the money line. Over/under is 8.5. Marlins will try to keep their winning streak alive. They pounded the Blue Jays yesterday. Arraez went 5 for 5 to get his average up to 400. It'll be Kikuchi versus Perez. The Marlins, -120 on the money line. Over/under is 8. Cardinals and Nationals are back at it again. Montgomery versus Gore. St. Louis -145. The line is 8.5. Mets are at the Astros. Verlander returns to Houston. He'll take on Framber Valdez. The Astros -145, over/under 7.5. Orioles are at the Rays. Bradish versus Glasnow. Tampa Bay -178, over/under 7.5. Royals and Tigers, 6:40 first pitch. Lynch versus Lorenzen. The Mariners are at the Yankees at 7:05. Kirby versus Garrett Cole. Yankees -115, over/under is 7. The Cubs are at the Pirates. Stroman versus Oviedo. Chicago -130. Over/under is 8. At 7:10, the Rockies are at the Reds. Davis versus Lively. Cincinnati -190. The money line. The run line is 10. The A's are at the Guardians at 7:10. Medina versus Seville. Cleveland -250. Over/under 9. Red Sox are back at it against the Twins. 7:40 first pitch. Crawford versus Ober. Minnesota -140, over/under 8.5. The Diamondbacks are at the Brewers. Nelson versus Rhea. The over/under is 9. Milwaukee -125. Rangers and White Sox. Eovaldi versus Cease. Pretty good pitching matchup. Texas -145. 8.5 is the over. Padres are at the Giants. Lugo versus Desclafini. Disco Stick and the Giants are underdogs at home. Padres -115. Over/under 8.5. The Dodgers are at the Angels. Kershaw versus Detmer. Dodgers -130. the under 8.5. Men's college baseball today. TCU versus Oral Roberts at 2 o'clock. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on there as the show rolls along. Tonight, number 5 LSU versus Tennessee. Both games are winning, you're in, lose, and you go home. The winners of today's game will head on Wednesday to take on Florida and Wake Forest. The 1 and 2 seed in the tournament will have to be beaten twice to get eliminated. This all meets to a head this weekend for the championship series out in Omaha. In soccer news, Inter Miami CF are planning for Lionel Messi to make his debut on July 21st in a Leagues Cup match against Cruz Azul. Owner Jorge Mas told reporters this on Monday. Messi, 35 years old, said earlier this month he intends to sign for Miami after leaving Paris Saint-Germain, although a deal remains to be finalized. In a wide-ranging interview with a small group of reporters, including the Miami Herald, the club said, direct from the MLS, that, quote, no rules are being changed to incorporate Messi onto the Inter Miami's roster. Miami's plan for Messi, who was on holiday in Rosario, to make his debut at PNK Stadium in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, against Cruz Azul on July 21st. Miami is preparing for Messi's arrival, which includes work on the increasing capacity of the stadium to 22,000 by adding approximately 3,000 seats during this time period. The Argentine captain says that he is, quote, eager and ready to face his new challenge after turning down offers to move to Barcelona and Saudi Arabian club as well. Quote, I think there will always be a before Messi and after Messi when we talk about sports in the United States. I cannot overemphasize the magnitude of this announcement. Having the world's greatest player here is something that is significant for our league and for the football ecosystem in the United States. Unquote. That was delivered by the MLS president. To be noted, similar quotes of this nature were made about 15 years ago when Beckham came to the MLS as well. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
As you know, Monty, Vaughn's been working on a couple of new pitches, the Eliminator and the Humiliator, to complement his fastball, the Terminator. I heard that. Dynamite drop-in, Monty. That broadcast school has really paid off.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Welcome back.
Yeah, the armchair quarterback. He's kind of fun. He's kind of
How about it? Mr. Joey is joining us. And Joey, how the hell are you?
Oh, I'm doing great on this fine Tuesday. You know, it helps when your baseball team starts to play a little better. And since I'm a Chicago Cubs guy and they're starting to play better, I feel better. So can't believe the Cincinnati Reds are in first place. Who would have thought that before the season? But here they are, having a good year in the NL Central. Is, you know, the West over there is aligning to how it should be with the Braves in first. But over here in the Central, we got a mess. And the Reds are on top of it.
Can we talk about that disaster? Did you go back and watch that second inning, what I was talking about with the Pirates and the Cubs?
How about my favorite part was the iPad?
Well, I don't understand what in the hell are they doing. For people who didn't see that, second inning, young pitcher for the Pirates was on the mound, starting to lose his control because there was a monsoon coming down. And I guess they were looking at the radar and saying it wasn't going to last very long. Okay, then pull him off the field for like 5-10 minutes. Because here's the thing. A couple of things. I mean, it definitely hurt the guy's control, but we'll put the outcome of the game aside, right? couple things could happen from that. A, he slips and hurts himself. Or B, he slips and hurts somebody else because his fastball goes up in and takes someone in the noggin. Like how happy would a Cubs fan has been had he had slipped and put one right up into the elbow of Dansby Swanson. He's out 6 weeks.
No, and that's the thing too. Like they have radar for these things. So even if it's unknown rain that comes in the area, it was, like you said, at 15, 20 minutes, it was a downpour. I mean, it was a torrential downpour for those 15 or 20 minutes, but you could see that on the radar when it's leaving them. Like you said, pull them off the field and just wait 15, 20 minutes. You don't have to go on to a full-blown hour delay or anything, but I couldn't believe it because I started watching the game. There was no rain, and then that second inning was just epic rain, and then it went away like an inning and a half later. So just a wild scene from Pittsburgh yesterday.
So Nathan says JT and Schwarber will get home runs. They're going to dominate Spencer Strider.
No.
And that may happen. I wouldn't bet on it. They're combined. JT Realmuto and Kyle Schwarber versus Spencer Strider lifetime. 2 for 20 with 1 home run, 13 strikeouts, and 1 RBI.
I was just about to say, I feel like strikeouts would have
Where's
been.
the magic 8 ball? Signs point to no.
Yeah, because, I know Strider's struggling a little bit, but look, he's going to get a lot of strikeouts. And even though the Phillies are hot, they strike out a lot. So this might be the perfect recipe to get back on track. I don't know if it is.
You know what surprises me in this one? First of all, I felt like Strider got bombed in the playoffs last year. So I wonder if this is only no. Supposedly this is the entire career. But anyways, what surprises me about this more than anything else, Bryce Harper's 0 for 8 lifetime against Strider. I don't like that, man. I'm telling you right now, that just means he's due. Lefty righty matchup. Oof. But I mean, all in all, the only guy who's really hit him well in tonight's lineup is Alec Boehm. He's 3 for 10, got a home run. I wouldn't call that dominating. Marsh is 1 for 4 with a home run. I do remember that because that was during the playoffs. I'm really surprised these guys don't have better numbers. But the Strider game, too, I remember was the one where Ronald Acuna Jr. forgot he was playing right field and was out there watching the game go by as the ball's flopping all around the stadium. Anyways, Schwarber 1 for 11, Realmuto 1 for 9. So I don't know if I'd rely on that too much as some drunk Philly fan says he's telling the truth. You gotta love the drunk Philly fan. This is truly one of my favorite rivalries in all sports of my teams. Braves, Phillies, Braves, Mets. Man, it's the best because they come in and talk trash. We come in and talk trash. It's the best. There's not as much oomph when we're playing the Marlins. We got, what do I know, 2 Marlins fans? And both of them barely know their starting lineup. No, Phillies, Braves, Mets, Braves. That's where it's at to me. Tonight starter, by the way, Suarez. The guy that let me look at the career stats against Suarez. Well, this might get Riley on track. He's hitting 385, 5 for 13, no home runs though. Acuna 364, no home runs. Ozzie, to no shock, does have a home run. He's 2 for 12 though. God dog it. This is against Suarez. Who else is? I'll tell you something else. Matt Olson owns that stadium. He's got papers on that stadium.
Ooh.
I don't know if he'll get into it tonight with the lefty on the mound, but he is absolute. I'm surprised the Philadelphia Phillies didn't back the truck up and trade everything they had to get Matt Olson, to be honest. I mean, my God, the numbers he has in that stadium, I mean, he hits above, I think the last time we went in there, he was hitting above 500. It's insane. course, he may not hit as well if he doesn't get a chance to go against Philadelphia pitching. So,
Zing!
Oh, zing!
Mic drop.
Yeah. But I'm just shocked that, I mean, when I saw the numbers when he came over last year, the first series that we played in Philadelphia, and I saw the numbers, I was like, what? And then like the first game, he had like an unreal game. Like, dude, Philadelphia should have been the one making the trade for Matt Olson. They would have found a place for Rhys Hoskins, right? Anything's better than having Schwarber. And here's my game plan. If I'm Brian Snitker going into the game plan of this series against the Phillies, do not let Bryce Harper beat you and hit the damn ball to left field, because Kyle Schwarber sucks. He shouldn't be in left field, and he's going to kick the ball around. And please don't hit it to right field, because for whatever reason, when we played the Phillies, Castellanos looks like Ronald Acuna Jr. out in right field. Any other time of the year, Castellanos looks like Elmer Fudd tripping over his shoes. But hit the ball to left field and let's go. I think you were on the show last week when they hit the ball to Schwarber out there in left field, and he looked like a 6-year-old out there trying to catch the ball. Just hit it to him, man.
Hey, believe me, for years I watched Schwarber and left, and then a little bit of Castellanos out there. And it, like you said, neither are the prettiest things, but Kyle Schwarber, oh my goodness, in left field, it's always a fun time. Just get it that way, and you have a chance.
Nathan says the sweep is in. I mean, I think Philly might get one game. Don't be hard on your boys that much. You might get one game. So I don't know if we'll sweep. We'll probably sweep them, but keep your chin up. There's always the wild card. I'm more worried about the Marlins at this point, man. What the hell? Break up the Marlins.
Right? Because, you look at the Phillies rotation, Aaron Nola, he has not been impressive. His ERA stands at 4.66 right now. I know he pitches tomorrow, but, it's not like he's stepping up really for them. So, I don't know.
He pitches well against us, man. To win that game, it's got to be low scoring. I'm telling you, Aaron Nola is going to look like Cy Young tomorrow. And then we'll get them out in the 6th inning, and then we'll just trash their bullpen.
What an exciting series, though. All teams winning 6 in a row, 8 out of 10.
Yeah. Miami, Atlanta, and Philadelphia are all on fire. And
guess who's not? The Mets.
The Mets are a dumpster fire. I can't believe they went in there and thumped Houston last night.
Scherzer threw a gem.
Yeah, I thought he'd get bombed, man. I thought this was going to be kudos to him. Vogelfat hit one out, man. I'm telling you. Lock him up, man. Get that extension to him.
Isn't that the great thing about baseball, though? I would have bet if I wasn't paying attention so close, I'd be like, there's no way the Mets win last night, and boom, there they are. Now, we don't like to see the Mets win here, but baseball is a funny sport that just proves anything's possible.
Yeah, Nathan says he's convinced that his Phillies are going to get swept, so it is what it is. All right, man.
Thank you for the endorsement.
I tried to give you a chance to, give a puncher's chance there to maybe get a W. If you look at the series tonight, I do think the Braves have the advantage. Although Suarez pitches well against Atlanta, the more times you see a guy, that Braves offense is clicking. Tomorrow, to me, is one of the big wild cards because you're talking about Nola, who's not pitching well, versus a rookie. That's going to be a tough one. Thursday's going to be a low-scoring game, I think. Braves don't score a whole hell of a lot during day games, but we got Bryce Elder, so I feel okay about that. And Taijuan Walker's going to the hill.
And the last time you guys faced him on May 26th, he pitched 6 2/3, gave up 10 hits, 3 runs. So there you have it.
Plus, it is June. middle of June. That's when Taijuan Walker starts to fall apart. Philly fans don't know that yet.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
This whole thing is new to them. They're think,
in for
man,
the
we got a
treat.
pretty good free agent signing. He's pretty good. June, July, good Lord, man. August, he's going to be a dumpster fire.
If you like home runs, go to Taijuan Walker games in the summer.
Exactly. Bare minimum, Matt Olson. If I could find the prop bet, I would take Matt Olson to hit at least 2 home runs in this series.
Ooh.
He for whatever reason, he rakes in Citizens Bank. They're gonna have to rename that to Olson's Bank. Olson, take it to the bank. What was the other thing? Shoot, there was something else about this game that I just saw. You have to give me a second to recalibrate it. But by the way, if you're not doing it yet, go out there and vote for the All-Star game. Get those Braves votes in. Acuna, RC, and Murphy are leading. Riley, Olson, and Ozzie are in second. Michael Harris, second, by the way, is in 7th. If he finishes in the top 6, he will advance to the next round. So that's interesting. As bad as he played until about a week and a half ago, he's 7th. Travis d'Arnaud's 3rd, man. I think it's our backup catcher's 3rd in the voting. That just tells you, man, we're stuffing ballots. We're stuffing ballots down in Georgia again, baby. Let's go.
What the heck's going on over there? We knew it.
Let's go.
Hey, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
That ought to be on the side of every ballot box in Georgia, right?
Buy one, get one.
Oh my God. All right. Let's take a real quick break. When we come back, mini camps.
Yes.
A lot more baseball talk. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country 99.1 FM.
But, I want to say one thing in all seriousness. I feel sorry for you people that don't drink. I mean it, because when you wake up in the morning, that's as good as you're going to feel all day.
Armchair.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. Literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were
on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were at a
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were at a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I
got a mess to clean up, guys.
Yeah.
Virtual
There's
prom.
my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I got to dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Invaded go! Man, Roll Roberts better wake up. They're down 5, 6th inning. I'll tell you what a comeback for Tennessee Volunteers. Was that yesterday? All these days are getting they're getting crammed together. Major League Baseball and college baseball, but man, what a heck of a comeback. And I'll tell you what, that Wake Forest game last night was good. The Wake Forest LSU game. Did you catch any of that?
I did not yesterday.
It was a good game. I watched more of that than I've watched most of the college baseball because the Braves were off. But Wake Forest was trailing and they came back, and man, if Wake Forest can get a lead, you're in trouble. That bullpen's good. I mean, that bullpen is damn good. So anyways, enough of that. Heading to training camp. I still haven't come up with a good soundbite for training camp, but we will figure it out.
I love the ring of that though. Training camp, 2 great words.
Yeah, or mini camps, whatever you want to call it. Do I have anything? What is this?
Not over yet!
I don't think I like that one. What was this? Man, we had someone somewhere that had it was like an elongated one. I'm gonna have to find that one. But anyways, training camp's gonna go to college football, and we do college and NFL training camps. I keep calling it mini camps. And basically we just go in for about 5 minutes or so and try to touch on as many teams as we can in the world of football as leading up here in the dog days of summer. And today it is the Louisville Cardinals because they start the season off against the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
In the Peach Bowl on a Friday night, which I really like that idea. I still would have preferred it. It's a Saturday night, but it's cool that we're getting a game to look forward to. I don't know. Here's my take. Give it to me on Thursday night when it all starts, or give it to me on Saturday night. But the Friday night Labor Day weekend's a little weird. But regardless, at least it's a game to look forward to, right? And
Yes,
Louisville, man, they're having quite the overhaul as Bohm's coming on, and of course he comes over from Purdue. Before we get into the actual team itself, what's your expectation, do you think, if you're a Louisville fan, with your favorite son coming home to run the show in year number 1?
Yeah, I watched a little bit of Purdue. I live obviously in Big Ten country, and being a Notre Dame fan, we play them a decent amount. So this coach, Mr. Jeff Brom, bringing his quarterback Plummer, who I've seen play a couple of times as he's been on the move, went from Cal to Purdue, now over here to where he'll be in the Louisville offense. I keep an open mind this year with the expectations. Louisville had a pretty
good loser talk.
I'm thinking, we'll get to the schedule and stuff, but in that 500, you're going to see some good wins. You're going to see some bad losses. But when you're starting a new program with the transfers, Malik Cunningham, who Louisville's been used to at quarterback for the past 4 seasons, of course, is not there anymore. So you're going to see some ups and downs for sure.
Yeah. So I found it interesting that they were able to bring in Jack Plummer, who's already familiar with the offense. He played Cal last year, but he played for Brom before this. And for folks who don't remember Brom was a quarterback in college there. So he's coming in to basically trying to resurrect this program. And I remember there were so many big expectations a few years ago when his predecessor came in. And they played so many games tough the first couple of years, and then things just fell apart last year.
Yep.
But the Louisville defense is pretty good, or was pretty good last year. The biggest question to me is that Plummer coming in, how big of a difference does he make? Because Amari Huggins Bruce is the only returning starter in the wide receiving corps. And if they're going to have a hard time scoring, to me, it's going to be tough because, you know, who is Deion Sanders not stealing? I saw here that he got the Louisville punter. The Louisville punter transferred.
Yeah, I mean, this team has lost receivers. They also lost 2 tight ends to the portal. So just as good as, when you get a new coach, you get some familiarity in there. They lost a lot of guys too, like you said, offensively. So I'm interested to see how the passing game looks. It could be very shaky at times this year.
That's going to be the biggest question is, can they control the ball enough to keep their defense off the field? Because when you look at what went down last year, and look, I remember beginning of the season, that Florida State Louisville game was a nail biter. It was either on a Thursday night or a Friday. I feel like it was on a Friday night. And they won the line of scrimmage on defense. I remember them having to run for their life. And Florida State actually had to play that game off of 2 quarterbacks, come back and rallied and won. But Louisville was a solid football team. And then they went and they smoked South Florida, the nail biter to Boston College. And they won Virginia, Pittsburgh, Wake Forest, James Madison. And I felt like that they were giving up on when they got throttled by Clemson and then the Kentucky loss. And
go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say defensively, like you said, luckily with some of those wins, they were able to come up big and keep those guys around because that defensive line is a big difference for them. So some of those wins last year, like you said, that D-line really got after it, and that was part of their strong suit.
I mean, maybe I see this differently, but I don't understand other than the fact that they knew that they could bring him in and they're going after what they looked upon was their guy, Jeff Brom. But 8-5 and 4-4 in the ACC, that to me, Louisville football is really not that bad.
Not at all.
So if he doesn't deliver better than that, are they going to run him off? Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be hard to do that year in and year out in the ACC.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, it's going to not be they're not going to give them a long rope, kind of like what you're alluding to there. They had a pretty good year last year. Louisville, obviously, over the past decade plus, we've known for basketball. Well, now their basketball program's a mess, so they got to rely on football a little bit more. And after being a pretty good record last year, over 500, big year right off the bat because with the transfer portal, these leashes become smaller. You get your players in a little bit sooner. If they start off with a soft schedule with a bad start, the Boo Birds will be out early. Hopefully that's not the case.
So we're not going to spend a lot of time on this. Just basically want to get your idea. I'm going to run off the schedule and we'll go ahead and drop the predictions. They're at Georgia Tech in the dome, Mercedes-Benz Dome, September 1st. That starts it off. And then they play Murray State. And it looks like that's actually going to be on a Thursday. So it's interesting. They play on a Friday and they don't even get a long week. They have to turn around on a short week, play Murray State. Then they play Indiana in Indianapolis. And then after that, it's Boston College at NC State, Notre Dame at Pittsburgh, Duke, Virginia Tech, Virginia at Miami and Kentucky. All right. They were 8-5 last year, including the bowl game. They won the bowl game, by the way, against Cincinnati. But if people remember, that was a big debacle because Cincinnati lost their coach and Louisville lost their coach. I remember that was like one of the most non-interesting matchups of all the I remember there was a weird thing. I don't remember which team it was, but one of the teams, the coach showed up, but he wasn't coaching. It was so weird. Where do you have Louisville finishing this year?
You know what? To me, I heard you guys a little bit yesterday with Georgia Tech. I think that game is going to be huge on the schedule for being the first one because I see these teams who have two similar records. I'm going to say Louisville gets that game and finishes 7-5 on the year and ekes their way into a bowl game. A little bit worse than last year, but I think they'll finish 7-5 and get.
Well, they were 7-5 last year.
Oh, I thought they had 8 wins. Sorry. Oh, I guess that's the bowl.
Count the bowl game, but honestly, that bowl game was less than an exhibition because you didn't. Like I said, you had two coaches that said bye, and so, all right, I'm gonna. They 1, 2, 3, 4. Brum's been a pretty good coach. I'll go ahead and nod ahead with the 7-5. I see a path where they could possibly even get to 8 wins, but they're going to have to pull off an upset.
Exactly.
They're going to they're either going to have to shock Notre Dame at home. They're going to have to win that game against Indianapolis in Indianapolis against Indiana. That's going to be a tough one. There's a couple of programs in the ACC that are down this year that I don't think they should have too many problems with. But once again, man, I get that they've got their new coach and that's their guy, and I get that he brings his quarterback in. But who's he throwing it to?
Exactly.
That's my biggest question. All right, let's go ahead and move on. Not quite daily. We don't do mini camps on Wednesdays because getting the Sarge to talk college football is like it's like trying to teach one of my dogs a second language. Major League Baseball obviously is taking center stage right now. But real quick, NBA.
Mm-hmm.
You got the trade of Beal to the Suns. Then you've got the whole drama where CP3 is saying that Isaiah Thomas is behind the whole thing. I don't know why that became newsworthy. If Isaiah Thomas is taking over and helping to put his fingerprint on the team, what is the? I mean, to me, it just sounded like sour grapes from CP3.
Yeah, and it totally sour grapes in my opinion. He was on the McAfee show yesterday, and it's hard for them to even talk to him much because he's not going to even play for the Wizards, of course, as he's going to eventually change teams.
Who was on the McAfee show?
Chris Paul actually yesterday, and they were trying to, ask him some questions. And obviously he can't say too much right now because he hasn't officially been on another team and still going through the trade with the Wizards. But it's like, this guy's just, he's near the end of his career. He's trying to chase a championship, and every contender lets him go for somebody younger. Look, now Bradley Beal, and I hope it doesn't work in Phoenix, but they just got a great player added to their team. I'm not sure if it's going to work because they have no bench. Absolutely. They didn't this year. That was their biggest problem. But at the end of the token, CP3, you never won the big one. You've been in the Clippers. You had your chances, the couple Rockets years, not Phoenix. Who knows where you're going next? Probably the Lakers. I think Chris Paul is just a little salty.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I think he's better off getting out of there.
Agreed.
Because Bradley Beal is not what he used to be. He's going over. Look, the name of the game in the NBA nowadays is the 3-point shot, and although I don't love that, it is, right?
Yep.
Who the hell's shooting the 3 for them of the big? Beal doesn't shoot the 3 anymore like he used to. Booker has never been a big 3 guy, and I mean, I guess you can have KD back there playing behind the 3-point, but then if you do that, aren't you kind of losing what he originally was there for? He's supposed to be a big man who could take it to the hole and score.
Yeah, and, Phoenix, the only time last year, especially against the Nuggets, when they won playoff games is when KD and Booker each went for like 40+. I don't see that changing too much. I know Beal is a good player, but like you said, he's more on the back end than the front end. And what does he really provide? He's not a point guard. Shooting the ball with that team is risky, and their bench is nothing. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with Ayton. Do they plan on keeping DeAndre Ayton? I've heard Washington wanted him in that trade. Phoenix said no. So I'm interested to see how this team ends up. At the end of the day, I hope it blows up for the Phoenix Suns. I'm rooting against them.
I don't think it's going to turn out well. They might make the playoffs or whatnot, and they may have a decently high.
Sure.
I'm talking about once you get into the playoffs, I don't think this team's going to go very deep. I really don't.
Second round at best.
I'm not really pulling against KD at this point because he's not playing for a team that I dislike. But I'm not pulling for him because I always feel like he's taking the easy way out.
Every single time in his career, he has taken the easy way out. Yes, did he win with the Warriors and get an MVP? Sure, there. But at the same time, everywhere he goes, Brooklyn, it ended up blowing up in his face. He's supposed to lead that team. Phoenix last year, look at how it ended up working out. Every stop he's been on, he's had plenty of chances. They always get him superstars, whether it's Harden, Westbrook, Kyrie. The list goes on and on. Devin Booker, now Bradley Beal, Chris Paul. The guy gets it all handed to him, and I know he's a great player, but I'm not going to feel bad.
No, and it's really strange to me, though, that this went down this way because I thought the whole reason why he was brought over to Phoenix was because of CP3. I thought that was the whole idea behind it because they were teammates in OKC, right?
Correct.
So it's just, to me, it's odd.
Look at how Brooklyn ended. It was very odd. Like, he got some players in there, and then
that would be like Kyrie Irving declares himself a free agent. Lakers bring him in, and then they immediately trade LeBron James. That's what it feels like. It's like, what? Wait, what? Why? I thought y'all were pairing each other up. I'll tell you who could be the benefit in this whole thing. Boston Celtics. Because you know who would fit well and who needs a real point guard? Boston Celtics. And they could probably get him pretty reasonable. If they could have him and Brogdon playing off each other, and then you could have Smart do what he needs to do, which is not handle the ball. That could be that. If Boston could get CP3, I think that could send him over the edge.
I wonder if they're going to give Brown that big deal, max contract.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
I like him as a player.
They do too. There was just that drama because there was talk about what never got talked about when they said that they thought about trading him or trading for KD. It kept saying, well, New Jersey wants Brown as a part of the deal. I don't think Boston was ever serious about moving Brown. It didn't feel like it because that was the thing that was holding it up. So if they were going to make the move for KD, and then everything else you could figure out, right? Those would have been the two big pieces. They never really got serious about that.
Yeah, I just feel like when people talk about Boston, if they always think they got to lose one of them and blow it up. It's like, no, Boston Celtics, even though they haven't won the championship the past few seasons, they obviously went to the one NBA Finals, and they have two of the best young players in the league. If you break it up, what are you getting in return? This team is nowhere near.
They've been in the conference finals every year.
Exactly.
It'd be stupid to break it up. I really think that more than anything else, what that team is missing, man, give me a different coach. I still think that if they just would have had the suspension stay and then brought the coach back, I feel like they would have won it.
Well,
this was not sold on the direction that they're going right now because I just don't think it's like they were soft, man. Like they were more talented than that Miami team.
I'll never forget his speech in Game 7 where he's just like, well, boys, we're here. Go have fun. And I was like, oh, my goodness, this Boston Celtics team is losing. Like, this guy
stinks.
This is the offseason, too, where you could have gotten a coach, right? Frank Vogel was available. Doc Rivers was available. Nick Nurse in Toronto was available. There's a bunch of coaches on the open market right now. Budenholzer. There's so many guys who won championships who got scapegoated by their teams. This was the offseason to change over.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to, the only thing about this NBA offseason, there's not a whole lot of meat on the bone, and that's why we're talking about this.
Draft's Thursday.
If there was any, I'm not watching it. I'll Google it the next day. That is the biggest disaster of a draft there is.
After the top 5, I start to get bored.
The only thing that would make it interesting is Charles Barkley going to be doing it? I don't think he is.
No, sadly, he will not be. I think it's on ESPN.
Yeah. I'm not watching.
Trash.
I have to sit there and watch Woj break down. Yeah, okay.
Kendrick Perkins.
Ugh. Yeah. No, I'm good, man.
Pass.
Yeah, I'll see you. I'll see you when the NBA season begins in April next year. That's why I'm good, man. It's this Thursday.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see, they don't even let the offseason breathe, man. They just go straight into the draft.
They know they will completely die off the map if they
free agency will start on the 1st again, I assume, right?
I think so, yes.
That's usually what it is, unless it falls on a weird holiday. You know what? They've even done it when the 1st is like a Saturday. So I'm pretty sure it's going to start at midnight on the 1st. But this year, there's nobody in free agency worth caring about.
It's going to have to be trades.
Unless someone like declares themselves. I mean, like the biggest name out there is Draymond Green. Him and his 6.2 points a game.
His leadership skills when he's getting thrown off the court.
I mean, he would be interesting for Boston because I think he would put some dog in him. But
I think he's just trying to get more money.
Payday. So I don't think Boston's going to go, yeah, let's overpay you, and we just won't be able to afford Jaylen Brown. That'll be good. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, what's going on in baseball tonight? And we'll give you our locks. Be back in a flash here on Braves Country. 99.1 FM. Lock it in, baby.
It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up. It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit gohoots.com. That's gohoots.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
We are back, baby. Braves Phillies tonight, pitch by pitch, play by play. Your Atlanta Braves. And Oral Roberts 6-1. They are trailing TCU. I think it's the 7th inning. It just went to break. I would pull up the scoreboard, but I'm not interested in that as I probably should be. But I'll be paying attention to Tennessee LSU tonight. That'll be a fun one. I wonder who the favorite in that is and by how much. Have you even looked at the college base? I've done one college baseball bet. I did a parlay yesterday and I hit it.
Oh, hey, there you go.
That was out of boredom.
Yeah, like I'm kind of rooting for TCU because they did some cool stuff this year behind the scenes. When Indiana State couldn't host due to they had actually an autism thing go on where they couldn't host their home college baseball game against TCU. So TCU got it. So what TCU did instead is they donated a bunch of money to that autism place in Indiana. So I have a lot of respect for that. And I'm kind of rooting for them to win it this year. Although right now, like you said, they're taking it to Oral Roberts. So it looks good for them today.
Now I'm assuming they'll play Florida if they win.
I believe that's how it goes. I'm trying to look at the bracket here.
I believe they'll play Florida. I think Tennessee LSU
plays Wake Forest.
I believe that's how it goes. Now, what's interesting to me, and I think it's kind of a neat switch, in the women's softball, they flip-flopped. So Tennessee and LSU were in the same bracket as Wake Forest, but when they got to this stage, if this was the softball, the winner would have went on to play Florida.
Oh.
And I thought that was a neat, it's a little confusing, but it's kind of a neat little twist because you kind of really make sure you get the two best teams in there. I would love to see that, man. If you could get Florida versus LSU or Tennessee, oh, that would be fun. Let TCU go out there and play Wake Forest. Put that game on at 2 and put the SEC game on at 7.
Correct.
Let's go. Tennessee they're minus 105 on the money line. LSU's minus 125. So LSU's a slight favorite. Now they played on Saturday. So in theory, those number ones aren't ready to roll again. I guess in theory they could pitch, but they'd be going off of what, just 2 days rest?
Save them for game 2, right?
Yeah, I would say that you're saving those guys up. So it might be a good old-fashioned bullpen game tonight. I am not touching that. There's no way to handicap that one.
Take the over.
What's that?
Take the over.
Yeah, there's no way I'm getting involved in that nonsense. Anyways, Braves Phillies tonight. I was trying to see if there was I don't see a wager line on the series. Those normally come out on Monday. For whatever reason, the site loses them on Tuesday. But I'm like, the series never started, and you didn't have them listed. They didn't have them listed because the starting pitchers weren't announced. I don't know what's going on with that. But tomorrow, it's very interesting. Philly and Atlanta, they're almost a pick 'em. Nola versus the rookie. That's just telling you how much Vegas is respecting the Atlanta Bats. What's your lock of the night tonight?
My lock, I'm going to stay local. Why not? Arraez is on the mound in Chicago. The Cubs have been hot. Marcus Stroman. The Cubs are minus 130 exactly right now on the money line. They're in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's been very cold. Like I said, the Cubs have been hot, winning 6 out of 7. I think Stroman locks it down for us, and we keep inching closer. The Cubs 4 under, but
it came up for Pittsburgh last night. Henry Davis
got his hit.
He got a single. They're playing him out in right field, but he's a catcher, They said that he's going to play sparingly behind the plate, but they wanted to get his bat up. That was a cool moment because he got the double down the line. His family was there. They showed that.
Yeah, and the Pirates, like I said, they've been in a little bit of free fall. Nobody's quite surprised because nobody expected them up there, but them and the Reds have kind of switched.
All right, my lock of the night's going to be, I think I'm going to go, man, I've lost all faith in Toronto. I mean, what the hell was that yesterday, man? You just got your lunch handed to you by the Marlins. So let me go. I think I'm going to play it a little safe. I'm going to take the Tigers at home against Daniel Lynch, who is abysmal against the Royals.
That was going to be my second choice.
Michael Lorenzen has looked pretty good at home. I know it was a little rocky against the Braves, but the Braves have been tearing everybody up. I like Lorenzen and the Tigers at home. I'll tell you what's an interesting series, a fun series. I won't be able to watch it because at the same time as but man, Baltimore versus Tampa. In Tampa. Bradish versus Glasnow tonight. You definitely have to go with Glasnow, but that's a fun series.
I tell you, Baltimore was just in town, and they're a very fun team. They're starting pitching. If they definitely want to stay in this long run, they're going to have to add on, but a very fun team who is way ahead of expectations.
By the way, a couple of pitching changes. Noah Davis is in for Kyle Freeland for Colorado tonight. And Waldachuk is coming in for Medina. So for some reason you bet any of these games, Waldachuk for Oakland versus Cleveland. If you bet any of those games, you need to go back and check your book because they probably ixnayed the bet. Anytime there's a pitching change like that, they usually kick the bet out. So just a heads up to everyone doing that.
If you got your bets in early, check them again.
Check yourself. Yeah, I hate that when I miss the note about it. Game starts playing, and you're starting to watch it. You watch the first thing, it goes to the bottom of the first. And you're like, "Where's my guy?" And then you're like, "I'm watching this. I don't even have any money on it. What the hell? What is going on here?" What's the one game you're going to be watching tonight?
Obviously, if locally, I'll be all over the Cubs and Pirates, of course, for that. But outside of that, I'm honestly interested. Braves, Phillies. I got Strider in a couple of my fantasy leagues. His last couple of starts have not been up to par, but I'm a big fan of Strider. So both teams are red hot. I'm really looking forward to see who comes out on top tonight in that series.
How about this? On this date, was this? This is one of the more famous dates in sports history for a couple of reasons. A, on this date, 1956, Mickey Mantle blasted one into the center field bleachers, the only place the player to ever do so in Detroit, Briggs Stadium. For folks who aren't familiar with that, it's an enormous stadium, and it's the famous one that everyone said that the Mantle. There's been a big argument, but basically there are folks of that era that believe the ball went 600 feet. Now, this is long before StatCast, but that's on this date in 56. Also on this date in 1936, 87 years ago? It's hard to believe it's been that long. Jesse Owens sets the 100-meter record, 1936, that ended up going, it's kind of springboarded him to the Olympic. By the way, I went and saw that. I saw that movie, and I don't remember the streaming service. I think it was, God dog it, I think it's Netflix, but I might be wrong on that. The Jesse Owens movie that they made a few years back. Phenomenal. I saw that like a month or two ago, and I forgot to bring it up on the show. Phenomenal movie. If you haven't seen it, you got to watch it.
I'll check it out.
Braves, Phillies, first pitch tonight, 6:40. We got the call, so it's a quick turnaround. We're obviously going to leave the stream up for those of us on YouTube. No sense of tearing it down. So we'll be coming at you hot. Pregame show come on around probably 6:15ish. That's my walk-off. And what is your walk-off for the day, sir?
Should I give you my fantasy players a walk-off or just text you it for Thursday on the side, or should I not give you one?
I forgot about it. Do you know where we're at?
I mean, I have a player that's not taken who I'd love to take.
All right, then give it to me.
This is my walk-off. My homer pick. Doug, you screwed me on Peyton Manning. Andrew Luck is in the building as my second quarterback. Year 2014.
You drafted neckbeard?
2014 and 2018. Each year, 40 touchdowns throwing.
What if I were to tell you he's already been taken?
I'm out anyways. I'm getting out of here. I'm going to cry.
No, I'm joking. Andrew Luck, what are the years again?
2014 and 2018.
Oh, neckbeard.
That's my walk-off for neckbeard.
All right. Yeah, I totally forgot about it because we're not doing the show on Thursday because of the baseball game, which will be right here on WQEE. And we don't do it on Wednesday, and then Tones is that. So I honestly kind of lost touch with it. But yeah, thanks for bringing it up because I'll be plugging you. Where are you going again?
We're going to Orlando, Florida. I'll be there on Thursday night.
Is it for wrestling?
Actually, my aunt used to take us to Disney World, Disneyland all the time. Basically, we're repaying the favor. We're hitting up Disney World.
Okay. All right. Well,
for better or for worse.
Well, it's Disney World in June. It's going to be for worse, let me tell you.
Got my tank tops.
That's all I can say is this. There's a lot of people that come from overseas, and a lot of them do not believe in deodorant, and it's June. And you're getting here just in time for hurricane season. There's a hurricane coming up the Gulf. There we go.
Thank you for the good news.
There's my walk-off for you. Keep it locked in here on the Key. The Snow Show is next. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country HD for Braves Phillies. 6:40 first pitch. Have a good one, Braves Country.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Jubal if Carl wore a cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought If only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves country.
Braves Phillies. And this is going to be a good old-fashioned street fight, I think. This series is going to be fun. Looking forward to it. We've got the lineups are already out. Our good friend Bryce Harper is in the lineup tonight. It's interesting to me, 152 at-bats. He has 3 home runs. That's not Bryce Harper like, and you almost wonder, is it the injury? Did they rush him back too early, or has he just not gotten his groove yet? But 152 at-bats is 152 at-bats. I mean, that's quite the sample size, right? For people who aren't familiar with it, typically, if you were to play close to every game in the season, you would have around 500, 550 at bats, somewhere in that neighborhood. So we're talking about almost a little over a third of the season, a third of the season is essentially what he has played so far. A little less than that. He has 3 home runs. I mean, that's on pace if you played it out. 12 to 14 or 15 home runs, that's got to be concerning. It really does. Now, the Phillies have actually started playing pretty good baseball recently, but Harper only having 3 runs, you wonder, because remember, they rushed him back. And so that could be a concern. Now, that doesn't mean I want to throw a meatball in there in the first inning to see, let's just see what you got. No, I'm good. I've seen enough Bryce Harper home runs against the Atlanta Braves. We good. Kyle Schwarber's got 20 home runs. Kyle Schwarber is the ultimate feast or famine. I thought it was bad last year. His batting average is 187. So he either absolutely clobbers the ball or it's an out. He has 48 hits this year and 257 at bats, 48 hits, 20 of them are home runs. Think about that. Another guy who hasn't really gotten going, especially when you consider $300+ million contract, Trey Turner. Remember that big hubbubaloo? Everybody in Braves country wanted, we got to go get Trey Turner. I don't want Dansby Swanson. Got to get Trey Turner. I laughed the whole time going, they're not signing Trey Turner. If you can't afford Dansby Swanson at 177, you dang sure aren't getting Trey Turner. But the delusional Braves fan was always out there going, we're going to get Trey Turner, then we're going to trade for Shohei Ohtani, and if we have any extra money left over, Patrick Mahomes could possibly pitch for us. That's like that every single offseason. Anyways. We could possibly put LeBron James in left field and let's see what we could do out there. But anyways, we're back to reality. Trey Turner is a Philly. Everybody knew he was going to be a Philly. I mean, there was an outside chance that he was going to go back to L.A., but every report that I read, and we do these shows during the offseason too for folks who aren't familiar. We do a daily show during the offseason, and we go into, basically predicting the free agent market. And we kept pounding the table. We kept saying, look, Trey Turner is going to be a Philly because A, they had the money and were willing to spend it, and B, him and Bryce Harper were buddies from back in the Washington days, and C, and more importantly than anything else, you guys will know, his wife was from the area and she wanted to go home. That was very well documented. That's not saying that she wouldn't have said, nah, you know what, we're going to go to Kansas City because they paying us $400 million, right? But she wanted to go home. He had spent the first part of his career in Washington, not that far from Philly. And she was from right outside that area. He's, let's call it what it is. You're making the wife happy, right? So, but Trey Turner, $300 million. So we'll just ballpark it $30 million this year. 247 average, 7 home runs. That's not what they signed up for. He's been getting booed quite a bit. Now he's picked up his slug a little bit here recently. But even with all that being said, that is one of the most dangerous lineups in professional baseball that's not wearing an Atlanta Braves uniform. Especially when you look at the top half of their lineup. The bottom half of their lineup right now, and it's one of the things got to do with the fact that Rhys Hoskins out for the season, right? It's a devastating blow. That makes your lineup a little shorter. But you look at that lineup, the top 4, we'll even say top 5 with JT Realmuto. Realmuto is a solid hitting catcher. He's just not doing what he normally does right now. And I don't care if we think he's going to get hot, if we think he's going to do this. I'm talking about what's going on right now. We're playing him today. We're not talking about a series down the road. JT Realmuto, 258, 8 home runs. The biggest thing you have to look at JT Realmuto if he gets on base for a catcher, something you normally don't have to worry about. He's got 10 steals. So their offense goes. That kid Stott is a pain in the rear. He's going to be batting down there at the 6 hole. And then you get Alex Bohm, who, Bohm hasn't turned out to what they thought he would be already. He's still young. But 268 batting average, 7 home runs. Clemens, and yes, it's Roger Clemens' son. He is basically the fill-in for the injury that they had at first base at the beginning of the season. And they tried a couple of things, and basically he has, from what I've seen, he's played a lot of first base. And then Marsh is their center fielder. I'll take our lineup any day of the week over that. I mean, you go head-to-head. We don't have time to do this, but you go head-to-head down the line. I will take their lineup. By the way, not to be forgotten about, the All-Star ballot. The top 2 of each infield position and the designator and the designated hitter advance to the next round of them deciding essentially who's going to be in the All-Star game. And the top 6. So right now, just without getting into the weeds of all that, here who is currently, as far as everyday players, eligible for the Atlanta Braves to go to the next round. Right now, Arcia, Acuna, and Sean Murphy all lead their positions. Right now, Riley, Olsen, and Ozzie Albies are all in second, which means they'll move on. Right outside, and this is interesting, on the outside looking in at the number 3 spot in his position is Travis d'Arnaud. We've got 2 of the top 3 catchers in the National League in the All-Star Battle League. Whether that's fair or not, you could get, I don't care about the argument of that. The point is, that's pretty cool. Travis d'Arnaud realistically has not played enough to be able to put him up there. And if Sean Murphy's injury continues, that's going to be an issue, but hopefully we'll get some good news on that front. Now, I can't remember if I brought this up, but tomorrow is the day that we will find out about Sean Murphy, because I thought we might get some information today, and we may still. By Wednesday, if the Braves do not put Sean Murphy on the IL, which can backdate to Sunday, that's the rule. 3 days. and it can be the day after the alleged injury. After that, the Braves are either going to wing it and keep the roster the way it is, or you may see a move. You may see a move where I think there's a pretty good chance that they may try to get through the Philadelphia series, but I think there's a pretty good chance, come hell or high water, you're either going to get Sean Murphy back this coming weekend, or you're going to get him on the IL so that they can bring in an infielder. Who that would be, that's up to them. Everyone's going to say, Vaughn Grissom. Dude, that you just kicked the ball around on Sunday. You got another error. Not. They're going to want to continue to develop. Remember, there's been a slew of moves with the Atlanta Braves organization. Subtle moves over the last few weeks, and they've signed about 3 guys that they could bring up for a small stint if they had to lose them and DFA them. They're not going to lose any sleep over it. So there's that. By tomorrow, we'll know. So, and we might get the information today, but I'm saying by tomorrow, if they don't do it tomorrow, then they are under the impression Murphy will be back sometime this week. Right now, tonight, Travis d'Arnaud's behind the plate. For those who are riding down the road and can't see the lineup, it is standard for what we've seen for the past little less than a week. Acuna is leading off. Ozzie is at second, and he's batting second. Riley's hitting third. d'Arnaud is behind the plate, and he's cleanup. You're going to get Olsen. Ozuna is the DH tonight. There's a lefty on the mound. Arcia is batting seventh. I still say that man needs more at bats. I want him up a little higher. I mean, especially against a lefty. He's batting 341. 341. That's going to get overshadowed by Arraez every day of the week. But remember, he was injured for a stint, and he still has 6 homers and 25 RBI. Pilar is your left fielder. He's batting 8th, and the Michael Harris batting 9th. Man, how about Harris in the past? And it wasn't intentional because it was a rain out. But I kind of hit the nail on the head. He needed a day off to kind of refocus. Michael Harris came off that rain out after Tuesday and has been scalding hot. Since that game, he has raised his batting average almost 60 points. Now, when you have a terrible batting average and not a lot of at-bats because of the injury, kind of easy to do per se, but still, Harris, I just felt like he needed an opportunity to kind of sit back. I still would like to see from time to time give him and give Acuna a day off in the outfield. Now, not coming off of a day off against your arch rival. No, I don't mean that. But I wouldn't mind seeing one of them getting the DH nod and getting some of these other outfielders who are like Sam Hilliard's never getting at bats. So I wouldn't mind seeing Hilliard get into the outfield. We'll say like sometime this weekend against the Reds, against a right-hander, and you leave Acuna in the lineup, but you give Hilliard a shot, or maybe you DH Harris against a right-hander. You don't have to put a quote-unquote DH at the DH position every night. Keep some of the wear and tear off the tires. So we're only a little over 70 games in. This will be game 73 tonight. So we're not even halfway through. And these are the dog days of summer, June, July, August. These are the 3 months that are the biggest grind for Major League Baseball players to stay focused, to stay healthy, and to stay on top of their game. Every once in a while, it's not going to hurt to have a guy Take a seat. Take a load off. Maybe get a different perspective. A lot of times when you see that, the guys come off that day off scalding hot, much like Harris is. All right, so those are your lineups, and if you look at the pitching matchup, Ranger Suarez, we all know the Braves tattoo left-handers. Ranger Suarez has pitched really, really well against the Atlanta Braves. Now, I don't know what to make of tonight's game with him because he's been up and down, but he's really pitched well his last couple outings. And so, with that being said, I'm going to assume. Now, here are Suarez's numbers versus the Braves. He has, see, how many games has he played? He started 6 games. He has a 3.21 ERA, not too shabby. 41 strikeouts in 42 innings. Braves have taken him deep 5 times. And let's see, 41 strikeouts in 42 innings. And what has been the walk rate against the Braves? 18 walks. So he's a little better than what he is on his career average. But just because the Braves hit lefties well does not mean Ranger Suarez is a gimme. Now, I do believe the more you see a guy, advantage hitter, right? And the Braves, now, the last time the Braves saw him, and this is regular season, Ranger Suarez, 6 innings, no earned runs. Got the win. Time before that, 6 innings, 1 earned run. Time before that, 5 innings, no earned run. So the last 3 outings, 17 innings pitched, 1 earned run. A couple of times before that, the Braves got to him, but that was the beginning of the year last year where he was really struggling. He came on late. So it's not going to be an easy outing, which means Spencer Strider's got to step up, man. Spencer Strider's got to be, come on now. I'm sick and tired of hearing about how he's got to work things out and figure things out. You got to go out there and do some things, man. They've gone out and paid you. They've given you big money. You're the number 2 guy. Right now, you're the number 1 guy because of the Fried injury. You're the number 2 guy in this rotation. You got to pull your bootstraps up. I don't want to hear any excuses. If you go out there and spit the bit again tonight, I don't want to hear all this junk. Now, I will say this. He has owned up to most of his stuff. But that's not the point. The point is, I don't care if you own up to it. Saying my bad over and over and over and over again, eventually everyone looks at you and goes, yeah, we know it's your bad. Can you fix it? I'm going to be interested to see what his velocity is. Normally, I don't pay attention to that, but he lives and dies off of his strikeout and his velocity, and he's been averaging around 96 his last several outings. He was routinely 98, 99, 100. We have not seen that since the beginning of the year. Because we haven't heard anything injury-wise, my take is that it's got to be mechanical. Regardless, if he doesn't get it figured out, they'll put him on the ghost IL. And they may have already have done it if they weren't already in a bad way. Because sometimes they'll do that ghost IL. They'll find the smallest thing and say, we're going to shut you down. And what they're really doing is they're wanting to restart you, reboot you, the young pitchers, because they want to focus on your delivery when you first come off and you start doing your work. You're not worried about getting guys out and winning games. You're worried about the basics. So that'll, to me, that is the game tonight. It's the starting pitching. If the Braves can get to Ranger Suarez and knock him out and get to that terrible Phillies bullpen, I believe we're going to get the W. But that's assuming Spencer Strider goes out there and gives us a quality start. Bare minimum, I want to see 6 innings. Bare minimum, I want to see below 3 earned runs or less. Ideally, what you want to see in this situation, I want to see 7 innings, 2 earned. That's the step up moment. And if we don't get enough runs to get the W on 2 earned through 7 innings, that's on the bats. That's not on the pitcher. You can't go into Citizen Bank Park and expect to shut someone out. You just can't. So you got to get out there and do that. By the way, I do want to touch on this because I don't think I hit on it yesterday. I had it jotted down, and I realized after the show that I don't think I ever got to this. Man, that thing they did to Charlie Culberson was dirty. I mean, that was dirty. What in the heck? You're going to have that man throwing out the first pitch with his dad and have his dad throw out the first pitch on Father's Day? You DFA him? And that's great that Michael Harris's dad stepped in and was there to. That had to felt dirty for them too. Man, that's dirty. They should have given some kind of an option. First of all, it's not like Trump played in that game. That was dirty, man. They should have let his dad throw out that first pitch. No matter what. Even if Charlie wasn't technically supposed to be on the field, whatever, I don't know, figure that part out. But man, that's dirty. All that guy has done for the organization, and I hate saying that because by far my favorite organization, but man, when you get into the weeds of that and you look at that, you're like, dude, and look, we know it's a business. Blah, blah, blah. Wasn't like Trump was getting the start on Father's Day. And Culberson has been known to be able to get behind the plate as an emergency catcher. So he could have stayed on the roster. They could have made this move going into this game. I'm sure it wasn't. Well, you know what? I don't know who made the actual final call on it, but I'm not going to put it at the feet of Snecker. But man, it was just cringy. It was cringy. My pick to click tonight, well, we got a lefty on the mound, so I'm looking for a righty. Man, Acuna, I think it's about time for Acuna to get rocking and rolling. He's having a good season, but I want to see him wallop one out of the building. I think he's going to get to Suarez, the straw that stirs the drink. Let's take Acuna's pick to click. But if I had a number 2 guy to look at, man, it'd be Kevin Pillar. Man, that dude steps up, man. Seems like every time they get him in there, he rakes one over the wall. All right. Let's take a quick break, getting you set for Braves Phillies. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Get your game face on, Braves Country. God dog it, it's Phillies. This ain't the Rockies. We're playing the Phillies tonight. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones.
I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once stood so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Citizens Bank Ballpark in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr. playing right field, batting .325 on the year with 15 home runs, 45 RBI, 30 stolen bases. Ozzie Albies playing second, batting second, 17 homers, 52 RBI, 3 stolen bases, a .269 average. Austin Riley batting third, playing third, 11 homers, 34 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .260 average. Travis d'Arnaud playing cleanup, and he's behind the plate. 4 home runs, 14 RBI, .268 average. Matt Olson batting fifth and playing first. 20 home runs, 51 RBI, a stolen base, and a .233 average. Marcell Ozuna is your designated hitter. He's got 13 home runs on the year, 30 RBI, .241 average. And Orlando Arcia playing shortstop and batting seventh. 6 homers, 25 RBI, a stolen base, and a .341 average. Pilar is in left field. 6 homers, 17 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .271. And Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. 6 homers, 20 RBI, 7 stolen bases. His batting average is up to .249. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, Spencer Strider, who comes in with a 7-2 record, 4.12 ERA, a 1.13 whip, 78 innings pitched, 59 hits allowed, 127 strikeouts, 30 walks, and 12 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Ranger Suarez, who's 1-2 with a 3.82 ERA, a 1.33 whip, 37 2/3 innings, 38 hits allowed, 35 strikeouts, 12 walks, and 2 home runs given up. Leading off for the hometown Phillies, Kyle Schwarber playing left field, 20 home runs, 41 RBI, 187 average. Trey Turner batting second and playing short, 7 home runs, 22 RBI, 12 stolen bases, a 247 average. Nick Castellanos is in right field, batting third, 8 home runs, 42 RBI, 4 stolen bases, a 315 average. Bryce Harper is the designated hitter with a 296 clip and 152 at bats. He has 3 home runs, 16 RBI, 5 stolen bases. JT Realmuto is behind the plate, 8 home runs, 28 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting 258. And Bryson Stott is the second baseman with 7 home runs, 29 RBI, 10 stolen bases, and a 296 average. Alec Boehm is the third baseman, 7 home runs, 45 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a 268 average. And Clemens is batting 8th, playing first with 4 homers, 12 RBI, 248 on the year. Brandon Marsh is in center field with 5 home runs, 27 RBI, 4 stolen bases, and a 252 average. Behind home plate tonight, Alfonso Marquez. The first base umpire, Ramon DeJesus. Behind second base, Lance Barrett. And down the third base line is Alex McKay. And that's your lineups for Braves versus Phillies. Game 1 of a 3-game set. 6:40 first pitch. It's expected to be about mid-70s, game getting into the high 60s by the end. We're here at Citizens Bank Ballpark, which holds 42,901. Atlanta comes in minus 145 on the money line. Over under is 8.5. It's a showdown between the Atlanta Braves, first in the NL East, 8 games in front of the Philadelphia Phillies. These two teams have represented the National League in the World Series, winning the NL pennant in 2021, which the Braves went on to win the World Series. In 2022, where the Phillies lost a hard-fought series to the Houston Astros. Well, it's about that time. Pull up an armchair. Grab you a cold one. It's Braves Phillies, Game 1. Get your game face on, Braves country. Citizens Bank Ballpark in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Hope everybody is ready. We are just about set for first pitch here on Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves come in tonight 8 games in front of Philadelphia, and those red-hot Marlins keep winning. They're just 4.5 back. Hopefully Toronto will be able to take care of business with them. We'll keep an eye on that score as the game moves on tonight. And should be just about set. The Atlanta Braves are going to be wearing their road grays, Atlanta on the chest in red with the tomahawk down below. Red letters, red numerals on the back, their names in navy. And the Philadelphia Phillies are going to be in their home whites. The wind looks to be blowing a little bit from right to left towards the outfield. So the ball could be sailing for right-handed power hitters, which may work into the favor of the Atlanta Braves, who are facing a lefty, the strong right-handed lineup. A little bit of a delay waiting on the final warm-up tosses. Hope y'all are enjoying your Tuesday night here in Braves country. As we are just about set. They got the Philly fanatic running around out on the field on a, scooter or something. I don't know what that idiot's doing, but anyways, it's all in good fun. I'd like to see a square off between him and Blooper. Like to see them get into like a sumo wrestling contest or something. Be fun for the fans. Nothing overly violent, don't get me wrong. This is still a kid's sport, but I'd like to see Blooper and the Philly Fanatic go at it. Ronald Acuna Jr. is now getting ready to come to the plate as the short delay is over. Wherever you're listening to or watching in Braves country, we love to hear from you. Sound off in the chat. We're coming just below the Florida-Georgia line out here towards the Atlantic Ocean. And thanks for the StatCast reminder. Just waiting for I have to wait for the first pitch, and then we find out if it loads or doesn't load. But I do appreciate it, Raymond. You're my stat tracker guy, man. I always see. Anytime I see Raymond pop in the chat, that's the first thing I think of. Ranger Suarez, 1-2 with a 3.82, but. Look, if you listen to the pregame show, he's done really well against the Braves the last 3 outings, only getting one earned run and about 20 innings pitched. So it's going to be a tough one. The Phillies are wearing their home whites with the pinstripes. Red Phillies across the chest, white top to bottom, red numbers, names in red on the back. They got the red ball caps with the white P. Classic look, one of the better uniforms in baseball. Just in case you missed it at the very beginning, Ronald Acuna Jr., as he's spraying down his bat, we are wearing our road grays with Atlanta across the chest in red tomahawk, red numerals, and our names in navy across the back. Really hope Strider goes out and has a good day today. I know it's been really difficult for him. Hey, Jose chiming in from Tijuana. Drink one for me, Jose. I spent a week one night in Tijuana years ago. We're still waiting for a definitive answer about Sean Murphy. They've been kind of cryptic about it, but it sounds like that they don't have to make a decision, as I talked about in the pregame show, until tomorrow. By tomorrow, if they don't put him on the IL, they can't backdate him. That's the rule. It's 3 days of what the injury would have been. So the only quote that we've gotten on him is that he is, as we're just about set, and it's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way, 92 miles an hour off the edge, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball is blasted high and deep. Going back on the track, making the catch at the wall is Marsh. He yells out, but he was taken to the track on that one for out number 1. He might be excited that he made a catch, but Acuna blasted that ball. If it's just a little bit to the left, it's a 1-0 ball game. Already someone gets a good swing in on you. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is taken for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Baltimore leads Tampa 1-0. The 0-1 pitch, high and out of the zone. 1-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Just getting underway. Early first pitch in Philadelphia. The 1-1 pitch, curveball. Misses outside wide, 2-1. So you got a 2-1 count. The wind up the pitch, swing, and fouls it back. 2-2. I'm not sure, Underwater. I know that line's been used many a times over the years. The 2-2 pitch to Ozzie Albies, who's got 17 home runs on the year, 52 RBI. They'll wind up the pitch way outside wide, tried to get a chase the curve, 3-2. So you're seeing the curveball quite a bit from Suarez here in the early going. The 3-2 from Suarez. Curveball swung on, grounded over to third. Should be an easy play for Bohm. 5-3 put out. Ozzie hauling it down the line, but is out by about a step. And there's 2 away. This series obviously bigger for the Phillies than it is for the Braves, as they are 8 games out. The last thing they want to do is drop a series at home to the team that's currently a little over a week in front of them. You should see extra excitement out of the Braves as well. The first pitch on the way to Riley is swung on and whistled back into the crowd. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Riley. High and out of the zone. So a 2-1 count. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit high, but not very deep. It's going to be easily playable for the first baseman, Clemens. And that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
You know, it's a song that justifies drinking any time of the day. But, you know, you just say it's 5 o'clock and it's okay, right? But it only works for drinking. You know, you can't show up late for work and be like, hey, 9 o'clock somewhere.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Wade Boggs was one of the greatest contact hitters to ever play the game. He was also known as a guy who had some weird superstitions. He would field precisely 150 ground balls before games. He would start his batting practice at 5:17 p.m., and he would run sprints at 7:17 p.m. Additionally, he would write the Hebrew word chai, which means life, in the batter's box before every at-bat, even though Boggs isn't Jewish.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama! Again, it's going to be Crapel, wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated. Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him.
Armchair.
These are the saddest of possible words. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Trio of bear cubs and fleeter than birds. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Thoughtlessly pricking our gonfalon bubble. Making a giant hit into a double. Words that are weighty with nothing but trouble. Tinker to Evers to Chance.
Well, I'm of the school that believes that we know the names Tinker, Evers, and Chance more because they fit the metric requirements of Franklin P. Adams' poem. Evers was a great ball player. Tinker was a damn good shortstop. And Chance could hit well. But if you look at their record, they didn't make any more double plays than anybody else in the league at the time. They just sounded awfully good.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies, game 1 of a 3-game set. Spencer Strider will go to work against Kyle Schwarber, who has 20 home runs, but he's all or nothing. 20 home runs on the year. Talked about it in the pregame show. 48 base hits, 20 home runs. First pitch on the way to Schwarber. That ball is swung on. It's going to get dropped into center field, down for a base hit. Schwarber has to put on the brakes, and it will stay right there at first. And it's a leadoff single. But you look at his numbers. He's batting like 180. So they're really expecting him to take off even more. A rare single by Schwarber. The first pitch on the way to Trey Turner swung on and fouled back out of play, 98 miles an hour. 0-1. Trey Turner batting .247 on the year, 7 home runs, 22 RBI, a .681 OPS. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field. Going back on the track, making the catch is Acuna. He fires it down to first, tried to keep Schwarber napping. Schwarber just got back in time. He took a pretty healthy lead. One hopper and one heck of a scoop by Olsen. That thing came in hot on a short hop. Olsen's got a little bit of a grin on his face because I think he's kind of got a kick out of the fact that Acuna came a lot closer than Schwarber would have expected. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is down and away, 98 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Just off the edge, 86 mile an hour slider, and it's 1-1. Yeah, Votto hit the home run in the return, but also the kid Davis, Henry Davis, came up for Pittsburgh last night. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss downstairs, 1-2. He smoked that ball down the third base line for his first hit. It was pretty cool to see all his family there in Pittsburgh to root him on. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Runner on first in the form of Schwarber. 1 out. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back out of play. Do it again at 1-2. Got a couple of good series going on this week. You got the Mets and Astros. That game starts a little over an hour in Houston. Mets took game 1 of that series. The 1-2 pitch from Strider. Swing, and that ball's fouled straight back. We'll do it again in 1-2. So he started him off with a 4-seam fastball out of the zone and then went slider. Has been trying to put him away with the fastball that's been coming in 97, 98 so far. So better velo than we've seen from Strider. The 1-2 slider. Did he go around? He did not. 2-2 in the dirt. Philadelphia is a team that strikes out a lot, so you would think this would be a good matchup for Strider. Despite their offensive prowess, they do strike out quite a bit. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. That's out number 2. It was a slider that kind of tailed in. Kind of had a funky swing to it. I'll tell you what, he needs to bottle that. It was almost like an extremely fast screwball. Because it was a slider that dipped in as opposed to dipping away. This will bring Bryce Harper to the plate. First pitch to Harper's 99 mile an hour fastball out of the zone. It's 1-0. Harper comes in, 3 home runs on the year and 812 OPS. So remember, he's coming back from that injury. Had Tommy John surgery. Came back early to DH, the 1-0 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees, not getting the call for Marquez. It's 2-0. Borderline pitch there. You would have liked to have had it, but typically a batter like Harper's not going to get one called on him down there. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball just misses outside, 3-0. So you got a 3-0 count to Harper. JT Realmuto stands on deck. You don't want to lay one in there to Bryce, but at the same token, you'd hate to walk him. The 3-0 on the way. Fastball right there, outer edge. 98, Harper taken all the way. It's 3-1. The 3-1 to Harper. Strider looks in. Gets set, lets it fly. Swing! And that ball is lifted into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. A 1-out single. Harris balloon throws it into the infield. And there's runners on first and second and 2 out. JT Realmuto coming to the plate. Tried to get it right past him. Harper just strong enough to get it over the head of Arcia. Past him and into center field. So that'll bring Realmuto to the plate. Strider steps off the mound for a second. If you're thinking about pitching around Realmuto in this spot, Stott stands on deck. Left-handed bat. The first pitch on the way to JT is in the dirt. It's 1-0. Realmuto, 258 average, 8 home runs, 28 RBI. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball right there. 98 down the pipe. It's 1-1. We'll be bringing you all 3 games of this series tonight, tomorrow night, and Thursday afternoon. Please like and subscribe today. Friday, another early start. The 1-1 pitch swing and rifles it foul out of play. It's 1-2. We'll be in Cincinnati, and the Reds also start their home games at 6:40. It's kind of hectic for me to get from the 5 o'clock show to first pitch at 6:40, but I kind of like the idea. I wish the Braves started their games a little earlier. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. So he was on the ropes a little bit, but when it's all said and done, Spencer Strider strikes out 2, and it's 0-0. We'll be back in a flash.
I'm a vegetarian, except for fish and the occasional steak. I love steak.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Anthony Rendon has been a very good hitter when healthy, but he has not been afraid to show his love for Taylor Swift. Before the 2016 season in spring training, Rendon showed up with an I Heart Taylor Swift shirt that he made himself.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
For nearly 20 years, a vaudeville comedian and baseball fanatic named DeWolf Hopper had been reciting a lengthy poem by Ernest Lawrence Thayer called Casey at the Bat, a ballad of the Republic. He had first tried it out on a Broadway audience in 1888 and gotten such applause that he kept it in the act. He would go on to recite the poem more than 10,000 times.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Travis d'Arnaud will lead it off. Cleanup hitter for the Atlanta Braves. d'Arnaud batting .268 with a .773 OPS. He'll be followed by Olsen and Marcell Ozuna. Braves like to get out on top and give a little breathing room. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is just off the plate wide. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch misses 1-1. Darno, 268 average, 4 home runs, 14 RBI, a 773 OPS. And he is the catcher for the team at this point. Chadwick Tromp. If there were an issue, the 2-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. 2-2. Murphy says that he feels like he could be playing in the very near future. But it's a dangerous game they're going to have to play here because we talked about it yesterday. If there's an injury, we have no backup infielder. So there'd be a lot of shuffling going on. We have no utility man on the bench. It's outfielders and DHs. The 2-2, high and out of the zone, 3-2. We went through this yesterday, but just real quick, if there were an injury at third, it would be Chadwick Tromp. Injury at short, it would be Riley. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled straight back. We'll do it again at 3-2. Second base would probably be Eddie Rosario. He's played second in the past. In first base, you could go Darno, you could go Hilliard. You could go Tromp, the 3-2 pitch, ball 4. Fastball misses down below the knees, and there's one on and nobody out. So what they're trying to do is figure out a way to get Murphy back and ready to roll, and then they would send Tromp down and probably try to bring someone back up. I think in a perfect world, Charlie Culberson would make it through DFA, and they'd bring him back. First pitch on the way to Olsen is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. But they've made a few moves over the last few weeks that there's a number of backup infielders they could bring up without the 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball is ripped down the first base line, but foul. 1-1. I don't think they really want to go the route of bringing one of the kids up because you want to continue their progress. And for them to just sit on the pine, that's really something you want for a veteran to do. The 1-1 pitch, hanging curve right there for a strike. Man, oh land alive. I bet you anything in the world, if you could read Olsen's mind, it would be should have whacked at that, because that's one of those ones that Olsen sends to the moon. So 1 on, nobody out. The 1-2 pitch to Olsen. The wind up the pitch, fastball right there at the knees, caught looking, strike 3. Olsen doesn't like it, but it was right there on the edge. Might have been a touch off, but way too close to take with 2 strikes. And there's 1 away. Baltimore all over Tampa Bay tonight, 4-0. That game is in the second inning. Battle of the first and second place team in the American League East. So 1 down. Olsen goes and grabs a seat, and Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna is inside for a ball. 1-0. The 1-0 to Marcell. The wind-up, swing, and that ball is ripped into center field, going to get down for a base hit. And we've got runners on first and second and 1 out. Braves got something cooking. You got Darno standing on second, Ozuna on first, and that man, Orlando Arcia, coming to the plate. Not a very hard hit ball, but just put right in the right place. Very similar to what Bryce Harper did. It was a pitch on the outer edge that he just got over the head of the second baseman. First pitch on the way to Arcia is a curveball off the plate wide. It's 1-0, 74 on the gun. Orlando Arcia, 341, 890 OPS, leading the All-Star voting at short, the 1-0 in the dirt. 2-0. So he's gone curveball to Orlando. Using that, I don't remember Suarez using the curveball this often. The last time we saw him, the 2-0 pitch. Fastball misses inside. No, they're going to call that a strike, and that's absurd. 2-1. So the strike that they called on Olsen and the ball that they called in, long story short, is the 2-1 pitch to Arraez's bang foul down the line. It's 2-2. It can't be both. Because that strike that they just gave to Arraez was way off the edge. If you're going to do that, then the implication would be on the other side of the plate, you're going to give what you gave to the lefty Olsen. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Blew it right by him. Strike three. I think he was sitting on the breaking pitch. The 94 got him up top. There's 2 away. So 2 on, 2 out. It'll be up to Kevin Pillar. Kevin Pillar, 818 OPS. The first pitch on the way to Kevin is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Went with the curveball. So he's trying to lull the batters to sleep with the curve. And then when he gets ahead in the count, he's actually pitching backwards right now. The 1-0 pitch just nips the side of the plate, change up 1-1. He may change it up in the second time through, but the first time through, he's pitching backwards. He's trying to set him up with the curve and then blow by the fastball when he gets 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch from Suarez, fastball swing and a miss, way out of the zone, 1-2. So Pillar's got 2 strikes on him here. I'll be curious to see if he tries to go fastball again. Tries to get him to bang the off speed. The 1-2 to Pillar. In the dirt. Ball gets away. Runners should advance. Darnode and Ozuna do. They'll move up to second and third. So now any kind of a bleeder, a seeing eye, a Texas leaguer, anything would score 2 runs. So 2-2 is the count. And now if you're Pillar, you almost have to figure that the curveball may be off the table. You got to be looking fastball here because he doesn't want to throw another one in the dirt. The 2-2 pitch. Nope, he went curveball. Pillar and I were thinking like we both would have been out on strike. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Good job by Suarez to get out of the jam. We'll be back in a flash. It's 0-0 in Philly.
Hello there. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Gene Autry was a man born in 1907 who you might know as the singer of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. On top of being a singer, an actor, and a soldier, Autry was also a fan of baseball. In fact, the man who sang Rudolph was also the man who founded the Angels. Who do you think is the player with the most Gold Glove awards? You might think of guys like Ozzie Smith, Brooks Robinson, or Willie Mays. But the actual answer is Greg Maddux with 18 Gold Gloves.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Nagy's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Floated, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
One summer day in 1908, a popular vaudeville entertainer named Jack Norworth boarded a Manhattan train and saw an advertisement that read, "Baseball Today, Polo Grounds." He had never been to a professional game, but by the time he reached his stop, he had written out the lyrics for a song about baseball. When Norworth introduced the song in his act at the Amphion Theater in Brooklyn, it fell flat. But when Nickelodeon audiences were encouraged to sing along with lantern slides, it became a nationwide hit.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies, scoreless. Spencer Strider will go back to work. Strider will face Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm, and Clemens. First pitch on the way to Stott is a fastball, misses out wide. It's 1-0. Stott with the 760 OPS, 296 average. The 1-0 misses out wide, 2-0. Strider, who threw 19 pitches in the first inning, started off 2-0. The 2-0 to Stott. Fastball swung on and whistled straight back to the screen. It's 2-1. Bryson Stott, 25-year-old from Las Vegas, Nevada. The 2-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball is hammered down the right field line, but not before Olsen steps in front of it, grabs it, steps on the bag for out number one. Hard hit ball. Olsen kept it from getting into right field. There's one away. So Alec Boehm will come to the plate. And if Alec Boehm comes to the plate, we have to mention he never touched it on that Sunday night game. First pitch on the way from Strider is a swing and a miss slider on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Boehm is from Omaha, Nebraska, played his college ball at Wichita State, the 26-year-old. The 0-1 fastball just misses inside. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees. Home plate umpire Marquez says it was low. I don't know about that one. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Rocks and fire swung on and fouls it straight back. 2-2. Rosario is being benched because he's up because there's a left-hander on the mound. So a 2-2 count. It's been a pretty basic philosophy. He has not hit lefties well at all this year. A 2-2 count from Strider. The wind up the pitch. Swing, 99 miles an hour, fouls it back, sawed it off over the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. Man, Baltimore all over Tampa tonight, 6-0 in the second. I think Glasnow was on the mound for Tampa. The 2-2 pitch, inside, 98 misses, bends him back 3-2. Full count. Standing on deck is Clemens. The 3-2 from Strider lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Got him. Pulled the string on that one. Nice slider by Strider. There's got to be a t-shirt in there somewhere, right? For out number one. So Spencer Strider kicks and deals the first pitch to Clemens, and it's right there at the knees. Slider on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Cody Clemens, son of Roger. The 0-1 pitch is fouled straight back. 0-2. Clemens, 27 years old. He played his ball at Texas as well. His brother Kobe and Casey all played professional baseball. And, of course, his dad, Roger, one of the all-timers. The 99-mile-an-hour fastball is fouled back. Inner part of the plate up high. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. He's another one of those ones people like to argue whether or not him and obviously Barry Bonds, if they're Hall of Fame worthy. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Pulled the string on that baby boy. And how about that? Strider comes out. He's got 4 strikeouts in 2 innings. Let's go, Braves country.
I don't know. You know, it seems like bad things are always happening to me. Like I have bad luck or something.
Son, you don't have bad luck. The reason that bad things happen to you is because you're a dumbass.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. When Mickey Mantle was a young prospect, he went to St. Louis to try out for the Browns. But because of his scrawniness and overall unimpressive physical appearance, the Browns didn't even let him on the field. Little did they know, they had just turned away one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
People who long for the good old days before ball players got rich should have been a ball player back then. It was hard. They slept 2 to a bed often in the hotels. In fact, Rube Waddell's bunkmate required Connie Mack to put in his contract that Rube Waddell was not allowed to eat crackers in bed.
One of the crosses that Connie Mack had to bear was Rube Waddell of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. When he went to sign Rube to his first contract, he was met at the station in Punxsutawney by all the town leaders as he and Rube were about to get on the train. And Mack was terrified that they had come to to tell Rube not to sign for so little money, or that they wanted to keep him for the local team. And one of them stepped forward and said, "Mr. Mack, we're here to thank you for getting him off of our hands."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. It's scoreless, and we head to the top of the 3rd inning. Michael Harris II is coming to the plate. Michael Harris II, if you miss it, was the National League Player of the Week. Since June 7th, been batting .478. 8 extra base hits, 12 RBI. First pitch on the way to Harris is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Swing. That ball's a high Baltimore chopper over to second. Harris coming down the line. He'll be out by about a length or so. One away. Thought he might have a chance there, but the ball, when it took that second hop after the Baltimore chop, it was actually a direct shot right to the second baseman. I was hoping we were going to get a high hopper 2 times. Instead, there's one down, and the first pitch on the way to Acuna swung on. That ball's lifted into center field. That'll be an easy out for out number 2. Acuna first pitch swinging, and he took the bait. The cutter on the inner part jammed him. Suarez at 37 pitches. It's pretty economical so far, even with the long second inning. He's looking for a really quick inning here if he can get Ozzie. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is downstairs for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozzie Albies, 17 home runs on the year. The 1-0 pitch. Inside. Now they're going to call that a strike. Just nipped the corner. 1-1, 93. No shock here. Suarez always pitches well against the Atlanta Braves. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Up top. 1-2. You got a 1-2 count. Lefty-righty matchup to wind up the pitch, and that ball is going to get dumped into right field against the shift for a 2-out single. Good piece of hitting by Ozzie. Just kind of sprayed it over the infield. Philadelphia was shaded towards the left. Had they been playing Ozzie honest, it would have been a soft liner. Instead, we got a runner on with 2 away. Kind of a corkscrew job that just got over the dirt. So 1 on, and the first pitch is swung on. That ball is belted high, and it's going to die into center field. Thought Riley might have gotten a hold of that one. Just got it off the edge of the bat for out number 3. So as quickly as it started, it ends. We'll head to the bottom of the third. 0-0 your score.
We got like 5 minutes to get out of here. Nope, I don't want to go to prison. Ooh, I hope we're cellmates. That means we're prison married.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why does Kenley Jansen wear the number 74? Jansen was one of the best closers of the 2010s, but things haven't always been good for Kenley. When he was 12, his father suffered a stroke and he couldn't work anymore. As a result, his mother Bernadette had to work day and night to support the family. She would tell Kenley and his siblings that everything was okay when they were actually in deep financial troubles. Kenley knew about the family's issues, so he promised her he would do everything he could to fix their problems. At the age of 17, Jansen was a catcher and he signed with the Dodgers. He had a good arm but was struggling at the plate, so the Dodgers turned him into a pitcher. In 2011, the Dodgers gave him a major league contract worth $416,000. With no hesitation, Kenley sent the money to his family back in Curacao in order to help pay off the home's mortgage. That house in Curacao is on Kaya Kokolishi 74, and Jansen wears the number 74 to honor his family and his roots.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
In 1904, Waddell struck out 349 batters, a record for American League left-handers, but he was just too hard to handle. Though he was one of the greatest pitchers in baseball, his unreliability infuriated his teammates, and he was driven out of the big leagues and then out of the minors. Waddell contracted tuberculosis, helping victims of a flood, and died on April 1st, 1914, at the age of 37.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. We head to the bottom of the third. Brandon Marsh, the number 9 hitter, and then the top of the order, Schwarber and Turner. Strider goes back to work. First pitch on the way from Spencer is a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. Strider, a little high on the pitch count, but that's pretty much where he normally is. The 0-1 right there for a strike. 0-2. 36 pitches into the evening. The 0-2 pitch. The windup lets it fly. Swing! Fouls it back. 98 miles an hour out of play. We'll do it again. The 0-2 pitch. Strider. Fastball misses high. 98 miles an hour. About eye level over the plate. 1-2. Spencer looks into Darno, the 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hammered into right field. Going to get down for a base hit. Up against the wall. Marshall get a leadoff double here in the bottom of the third. Got way too much of the plate. On a 1-2 count. When you get a 1-2 count on a hitter like that, you want to make sure that he's on the defensive, not you. Strider's last few outings has always felt like he's been on the defensive. First pitch on the way to Schwarber is a swing and a miss. Slider down around the ankles. It's 0-1. Tigers and Royals are scoreless in the fourth inning. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and grounded over towards third. Just foul. That ball stays fair. Probably would have been trouble because Riley had a decision to make. Do you throw it to first or do you make sure Marsh doesn't come down towards second? So you got an 0-2 count on Schwarber. The go-ahead run is at first. The wind up the pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 97 outer edge. Just kind of slapped at it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 0-2. A.J. Smith-Shawver is your pitcher tomorrow night versus Aaron Nola. The 0-2 pitch. In the dirt. Good block by Darnode. Marsh is going to stay at second. We'll do it again. Spencer Strider, the 44th pitch of the evening. No outs here in the third. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball is grounded over to first. Olson's got it, steps on the bag, but Marsh does make it down to third. So the go-ahead run is 90 feet away. Good piece of hitting by Schwarber. Productive out. It's an art form that in today's baseball is getting lost, but get them on, get them over, get them in. That brings Trey Turner to the plate. The first pitch on the way to Turner is a fastball on the outer edge. For a strike, it's 0-1. Braves have the infield in. Something you never would have seen 15, 20 years ago, even 10 years ago. Typically in the third inning, you would play the defense back and try to stay out of the big inning. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees. 98 miles an hour, 1-1. It's kind of a double-edged sword because if you ask the analytics, the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 98 up top, 1-2. They say the reason why you draw the infield in is because that run is so valuable, but at the same token, you're opening yourself up to a second run. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swing and pops it back foul, trying to jam shot him. Do it again at 1-2. Verlander versus Framber Valdez in Houston tonight. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Kicks and deals. Swing, and it's a high chopper back to back to the pitcher. A 1-3 put out, and Marsh has to stay put for out number 2. Any way you look at it, the drawn in infield didn't matter. So now with 2 outs, the defense can play back. Nick Castellanos will come to the plate. Tough customer at the plate. He's having a much better year than he did last year. Castellanos, 314 average, 848 OPS. The first pitch is a fastball, misses high and out of the zone. 1-0. Standing on deck, Bryce Harper. And it doesn't get any easier as JT Realmuto is in the hole. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 99 up top. He brought that one, 1-1. Just from a first glance, of course, we're still just in the third inning, but it does look like that Strider's velocity is back. He'd been topping out close to 96, 97. The 1-1 pitch swung on a foul back straight. 1-2. He's been hitting 99 several times tonight. Have yet to see the gun hit triple digits, but much different game for Strider if he's got a 99 in his pocket as opposed to 96. Makes that slider so much more difficult to deal with. So a 1-2 count, 2 outs, runner on third. Strider lets it fly. Fastball misses high, but it was 100 miles an hour. Hardest one he's thrown tonight. Tried to get a little extra oomph, just couldn't get it in the zone. I think that was one they were trying to get Castellanos to chase. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3 in the dirt. And Castellanos is dead meat. Go grab some pine. We'll be back in a flash. Braves grab the bats. Top of the 4th.
Do you sometimes sit and just be thinking like, man, I can't believe my best friend's a thug? You're not a thug. Yes, I am a thug. You're not a thug. Yes, I am. How are you a thug? I took hip-hop classes, Chad.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the 1995 MLB draft, the Montreal Expos chose a 17-year-old catcher from San Mateo, California, named Tom Brady. But Brady decided to pursue football instead. Because Tom Brady has been playing for so long, he's become the last person drafted by the Expos to still be playing professional sports.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The 1906 Chicago Cubs, believed by many to have been the best team in baseball history. They moved smoothly to the pennant that year, winning 116 games and losing just 36. One key to the Cubs' consistency was their infield, the celebrated double play combination of Tinker to Evers to Chant. Chicago fans loved them, but they did not much like each other, or anyone else for that matter. First baseman and manager Frank Chance fined his players $10 if they so much as shook hands with an opposing player. Second baseman Johnny Evers was so touchy that his teammates called him the human crab, and he missed one entire season after suffering a nervous breakdown. Shortstop Joe Tinker was ordinarily a cheerful man, but even he refused to speak with Evers for 2 whole seasons after a quarrel over cab fare.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves tied up with the Phillies in a good old-fashioned rock fight. 0-0 the score. Both teams have threatened. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate to lead off. Righty-lefty matchup, and the first pitch on the way is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swing and a miss, 1-1. Suarez at 44 pitches. The 1-1 delivery, swing and fouls it straight back. It's 1-2. A 1-2 count from Suarez. He gets and kicks and deals and just got a piece of that. d'Arnaud had to get out on his tippy toes past home plate to just get a piece of it and kick it foul. The 1-2 pitch. Rocks and fires in the dirt. 2-2. So good job by Travis to work this count even. Maybe he can get a hold of something here. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Change up, strike 3. That change up, he's got that working. Out number 1. Suarez pitching well tonight, and he's got the The pitch count down low. So Braves are going to have to try to run into a few. Toronto and Miami, they are scoreless as well. They are heading to the 5th. Started their game about the time we started ours. Matt Olson, 0 for 1, struck out in the second and did not like it. The first pitch is a fastball inside, buzzed the tower of the big ice house, and it's 1-0. Matt Olson, 20 home runs on the year. The 1-0. Swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? Bending foul over the first base dugout, 1-1. Olson has absolutely feasted in this ballpark over his career, even before he came to Atlanta. The 1-1 pitch. Rocks and fires. Outside wide, 95 miles an hour. It's 2-1. Two-one delivery. High and out of the zone, 3-1. So it's a 3-1 count to Olson. Count in his favor. Though a lefty-lefty matchup, think he'll probably be sitting dead red. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it up high in the sky. Will it stay in play? Chasing his Bohm over towards the third base line. Just bends foul about 5 to 10 rows back. Third base side past the dugout. And it's a full count to Olson. St. Louis 2-0 over Washington in the third. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. Sliced it out of play. 95 miles an hour on the outer edge. That's the fastest one he's thrown so far tonight. A full count. They set up inside, swung on, and banged foul. Again, it's 3-2. The one thing Olson has done here is he's seen several pitches in this at bat. So if he doesn't get him this at bat, it may help him out in the future. The 8th pitch of the at bat. Swing, and that ball's lifted high. Not quite deep enough into the deepest part of the park, just in front of the 401 mark for out number 2. Brandon Marsh, the center fielder, on the play. Probably about 390 feet to dead center. So 2 away. Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. Ozuna stands in, and the first pitch is high and inside. 1-0. Don't know what Ozuna was laughing about, but he had an S-eating grin if I ever seen one when he came to the plate. The first pitch to Marcell is high and inside for a ball, 1-1. For a strike, excuse me. The 1-1 pitch. Down below the knees. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Big hack at a big curveball. Right there at the knees and over the plate. Just mistimed it. He came out of his shoes. Looked like he's trying to think of the name of that cartoon character. That the 2-2 pitch down below the knees. Good pitch, good take. 3-2. Tried to get him on that changeup on the outer edge. Looked like the Tasmanian Devil taking a swing at that one. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Curveball got him again, and that'll end the inning. So Suarez is dealing. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What did you do?
I gave him a new look. It's cute, huh?
Yeah, it's cute. That's the problem. I don't need other girls to see him walking around like sex on a stick.
She's right, I'm too hot. The controversial Carlos Correa, who just signed a contract with the Twins, has a lot of playoff experience. In fact, he has 45 playoff wins, which is more than the entire Minnesota Twins franchise has, with only 33. Tom Brady initially retired on February 1st before unretiring 40 days later on March 13th. Carlos Beltran was briefly the Mets manager from November 1st, 2019, before stepping down 76 days later on January 16th. This means that Carlos Beltran was the Mets manager longer than Tom Brady was retired.
Armchair.
Gosh sake, you've been arguing for 2 weeks. Now stop it. Help me with this crossword puzzle. I need a 4-letter word for disappointment.
Eric.
It fits.
Just outside the old Huntington Avenue ballpark, home of the Boston Pilgrims of the New American League, stood the Third Base Saloon, so called because it was the fans' last stop on the way home. Its owner was the bartender, Mike Magee, known as Nuff Said, because he was the final arbiter of all barroom disputes. His customers, Irish immigrants mostly, called themselves the Royal Rooters and considered themselves the most loyal of all Boston fans, though their loyalty was actually comparatively new. They had been National League fans until the National Leaguers raised ticket prices 2 years earlier.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Tie game here in Philadelphia. Spencer Strider will go back to work here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Like to see a quick inning by Strider, maybe a couple of ground balls, something where he didn't have to waste so many pitches. It'll get going with Bryce Harper, who's 1-for-1, and the first pitch is way outside wide. 97 miles an hour up near the, I don't even know how Travis d'Arnaud caught that ball. About took his arm out of his socket towards the screen. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees. 1-1. Spencer Strider, through just 3 innings, through 54 pitches. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch on that one. 87 off the edge. Little dying action. Almost. It's a changeup, but almost with 2-seam action. The 1-2 pitch. Fouls it straight back. We'll do it again at 1-2. That I've said for a long time that's the pitch that he needs to concentrate on and master. The slider is a fine slider, but that changeup, if he gets that going, he is going to be unhittable. The 1-2 swing, and that ball is lifted into left field. It's a bullet, 98 mile an hour fastball on the outer edge. And good job by Pilar. He just got in front of it like a hockey goalie and blocked it with his chest. Got on top of him quick. Not a whole lot Pilar could do with that one. He was in kind of a no man's land. So 1 on and nobody out. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Real Muto is going to be hit into the hole, and he was aiming for it. Braves, for whatever reason, were playing a hard shift on the infield. Had a huge open gap, and Real Muto just outsmarted him and slapped it in between first and second. Really kind of a strange defense to have this early in the game in a scoreless game. So runners on first and second, nobody out, and Strider in trouble once again. Stott comes to the plate, and the first pitch of Stott is 96 at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1, Strider looking Harper back at second. The wind up, the pitch, swing, and fouls it back. Is that nasty changeup again, 0-2. If he would go to that against left-handers routinely, it dives away from them. They cannot lay off it because you don't know if it's the fastball. He would be unhittable. The 0-2 pitch, wind up, swing, and lifts it into second. It's going to be all right, so this is what's going on this one. It was hit up the middle. Arcia got it, fed the ball to second, so you got the force play there. Then Ozzie chucked it over to third, and Harper was dead meat at third. So you have a 6-4-5 double play, unconventional. Stott will take over at first base. Good heads-up play by Ozzie. I was a little surprised that when the play broke out that Arcia didn't go straight to third, but it actually worked out well. So Alec Bohm comes to the plate with one on, runner at first and two away. The first pitch right there is a 97-mile-an-hour fastball right there for a strike. Strike one. Bohm 0 for 1, strikeout in the second. The 0-1 right there at the knees. The runner's on the move. Here comes the throw, and Stott's going to be safe. Just under the tag of Ozzie. I don't think they'll challenge that. He looked like he got his 11th stolen base of the year. Got a pretty good jump. It was a high throw by Darnode. So what little chance they had went out the door. It was a ball called on the play. I'll tell you what, that looked like a strike. The 1-1 pitch. Swing! Straight back. Slaps up against the backstop, and it's 1-2. Strider 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. 66 pitches into the game. If he could get him out right here, still pretty manageable to maybe get him into the sixth inning. Maybe even deeper. The 1-2 pitch inside, spun him around. Whoa! 96 up and in. That'll wake you up. 2-2. So runner on second, 2 outs, a 2-2 pitch. Deuces are wild in Philadelphia. The wind up, the throw, fastball, got him! Strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. He wants to argue with home plate umpire Marquez, but that got all of the plate. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You know, I think we really need to be in front of a television set. You take TV out of this relationship, it is just torture.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
New Year's resolutions. We've all made them. Mine is the same every year. Eat healthier. The eat part usually works out fine. It's the healthier part I forget about. But not anymore, now that I've found the oh-so-chocolatey Built Bar. Built Bars are low-cal, low-sugar, high-protein, high-fiber. Great for keto. Lose or maintain weight while indulging in a yummy treat. At 130 calories, you'll feel like making a resolution every day. Try all 18 amazing flavors. Get yours at BuiltBar.com.
They're talking good about you. You want to read that Twitter machine, man. Everybody's getting on that Twitter machine. You want to read it. My Twitter machine is turned off.
On October 1st, 1903, Nuffset and his Royal Rooters were among the first to pass through the turnstiles to see the Boston Pilgrims take on the Pittsburgh Pirates in the very first championship series between the two leagues. It would be a best-of-9 game contest, Realizing that this was a golden opportunity to prove the superiority of his new league, Van Johnson ordered the Boston owner to beat Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh had been favored to win, but Boston was aided by a series of disasters that undercut the Pirates. One pitcher had been injured. Their star shortstop, Honus Wagner, was playing hurt. And just as the series got underway, Ed Doheny, another pitcher, suffered a mental breakdown and was sent to an asylum.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies, Orlando Arcia will come to the plate. Arcia digs in from the right side, lefty-righty matchup, and the first pitch is 92 miles an hour. Just off the edge, it's 1-0. Orlando 0 for 1 on the night. The 1-0 pitch. Curveball drops in for a, man, that's a teardrop curveball at the knees. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Rocks and fires just off the plate. Called for a wide strike. Poor call by Marquez. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Curveball just misses. Good take by Orlando. That one would have had to been hard to lay off of. Went diving below the knees. He's really had that curveball working tonight. It's an impressive pitch. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is lifted high and deep. Going back on the track, making the catch is Schwarber for out number 1. Allowed out number 1. Thought he might have gotten that at least up against the wall. No such luck. So 1 down. The first pitch on the way to Pilar is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Pitch looked a little bit off, but Real Muto framed it well. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball swung on and bang foul down the third base line. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Top of the 5th inning. Suarez 69 pitches into the evening. The 0-2 pitch. Curveball way outside wide, 1-2. Suarez trying to get Pilar to fish over there. 1-2 count to Pilar. Standing on deck is Michael Harris. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss strike. They blew it right by him. Fastball up top for out number 2. So 2 up, 2 down. Michael Harris will try to see if he can break this tie. The first pitch on the way to Michael is a fastball right there over the plate net and across the knees for strike number 1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a high chopper over towards just past the pitcher. He's got to throw off his back foot, fires it over to first, and Harris just beats it out. It's an infield single for Michael Harris II. I think Bohm might have said something like, man, you should have let me take that, and he's realizing he's probably right. Looking at the replay there, I don't think that would have mattered, honestly. By the time Bohm would have gotten that, he would have had to barehand it near the ground, and I don't think he would have gotten him. So 1 on and 2 outs, and Acuna comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch. Man, does he have that curveball work, and it's 0-1. Remember him used to having he worked more of a slider down, and that curveball is nasty. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. 1-1. Michael Harris stands on first. He's got to be thinking, if I can time when he's going to throw that curveball, he's going to be able to crawl into second. The 1-1 pitch. Down below the knees, curveball taken, 2-1. So he's gone curveball, changeup, curveball. Acuna, if he can get into one, put one into the gap, Harris would score easily. They are in a shift on the infield, shading over towards the left. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Cutter, he hasn't thrown many of those tonight. It's 2-2. Ronald Acuna came out of his shoes on that one, wanted to explode into that. The 2-2, 2 outs, swung on, and that ball's grounded over to short. Should be easy play. The throw takes the second baseman off the bag. Did he hold the bag? They're going to say he did. Braves might want to take a look at that, but we'll head to break. We'll be back if they challenge. Braves, Phillies, scoreless.
You ever going to sleep with Amy?
That's awfully personal.
We don't ask things like that. Maybe you don't. I do. What's the deal?
Well, word around the university is I'm giving her sex organs a proper jostling.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. John Lester will be remembered as a very intense, consistent pitcher. He was so consistent that in 241 starts for the Red Sox, he had a 3.64 ERA, and in 171 starts with the Cubs, he also had a 3.64 ERA. In 1995, a contest was held to name a future Arizona baseball team. The name Diamondbacks won, but there were some other choices. The Arizona Diamondbacks were almost the Rattlers, Scorpions, Phoenixes, or Coyotes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Baseball's thought of as this game of geometry, the game of geometry. It's perfect. It's 90 feet, it's 60 feet, it's this, it's that. Everything's perfect, right angles, everything's all that. And then it has the strictest rules, and it has the strictest history, everything interpreted. And kids play it all over the place with 2 bases, 1 base, with a car parked in the middle of where they're playing. They play it in the street. We played it in the hollow, used trees for bases. We call it the hollow, where I lived in Lexington, Virginia. We had a wonderful baseball game. You can improvise baseball in a living room. You can improvise baseball on a New York street, and people do every day. You can play it in a pasture. You can play it on the side of a hill. You can play baseball anywhere.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves and Phillies are scoreless. So we head bottom of the 5th. Spencer Strider will go back to work. Strider has given up 5 hits so far, but has somehow danced out of the danger. He'll face Clemens to lead this off, the number 8 hitter. You get 8, 9, and 1. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike. Look like the slider on the bottom half of the zone. 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Slider down and in. 1-1. Clemens 0 for 1. Righty-lefty matchup. Strider looks in. The wind-up, the delivery. right there for a strike. It's 1-2. Good fastball, 96, just above the knees. The 1-2 pitch on the way, in the dirt, evens up the count at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Strider looks in, winds and deals, swing and fouls it straight back. Do it again at 2-2. Yeah, underwater on the show today, I was mentioning that I wanted to see the Mets lock him up to a 10-year deal. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. So Clemens didn't think he got a hold of the ball. The ball popped out of Darnold's glove. He started running down to first. The umpire thought that it was, he didn't touch that. That ball just popped out of Darnold's glove. So another bad call by Marquez, but he's one of the lower home plate umpires in the league. And the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, pulled the string. They showed the replay, the side angle from home plate or down the third base line, and his bat on the one that Marquez thought had foul tipped, his bat was behind the ball, had nowhere near got around on that. I thought it was an odd call. First pitch on the way to Marsh, who's 1-for-1, his swing, and he fouls that ball off his instep. It's 0-1. Alfonso Marquez did a playoff game for the Braves that I remember pretty well. He was just all over the place. So an 0-1 count as Marsh goes to climb back into the batter's box. He was kind of hobbling around, but he seems to be okay. The center fielder, righty-lefty matchup in the dirt, takes the changeup all the way, 1-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's lifted. It's going to get down for a base hit. Marsh is now 2-for-2 against Strider. Harris bobbles the ball for a second, but Marsh will stay at first. So Marsh aboard, and there's one out. And here comes the top of the order. Orioles 7-0 over the Rays in the 5th. Blue Jays and Marlins are scoreless. First pitch on the way to Schwarber's, a swing and a miss. Slider on the instep, and it's 0-1. Yankees 3-0 over the Mariners. That game is in the 4th. Cardinals 2-0 over the Nationals in the 4th. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, 1-1. Cubs 2-0 over the Pirates, 4th inning, and the A's and Guardians, Oakland 1-0 in the 4th inning. Reds 3-1 over the Rockies in the 3rd. Twins and Red Sox are scoreless, bottom 2. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and that ball is rifled into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Acuna scoops it up and gets it into the infield. Strider in trouble again. Runners on first and second, one out. It's the third time in the 5 innings that he's pitched that he's had runner in scoring position. So Trey Turner comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2, and he takes a swing and a miss strike. Pitch well down below the knees. Fastball, sinking fastball. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and miss. Another fastball diving in and out of harm's way. It's 0-2. If he's going to keep swinging at that, Spencer, you just need to keep throwing it. That ball is nowhere near the zone. He's nowhere near the ball. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and lifted high in the sky. Deep into center field, going back on the track, making the catch is Harris. Marsh is going to tag up. So it's allowed out number 2. But the go-ahead run is once again 90 feet away. Turner almost got into one. You really wonder what they're thinking doing that, because he was having a hard time with the hard stuff down low, and then they just lay one in there, and he lifted that thing high. He's fortunate that didn't go off the wall. So Castellanos is now at the plate, and the first pitch to Nick is swung on. That is going to get down for a base hit, and there is your first run of the ball game. 1-0 Philadelphia. Poor pitch decision leads to that run, and it's 1-0. Could be much worse, though. The way Strider's pitched tonight, that's his 8th hit he has given up tonight. So 1-0 Philadelphia, still a long way to go. Delay at the plate. Now we're ready. Bryce Harper comes to the plate. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. The first pitch is high and outside, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. 1-0. Mets and Astros are about to start their game. The 1-0 pitch. Strider lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Slider on the instep, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Rocks and fires in the dirt. So a 2-1 count. Strider already up to 88 pitches on the night. He looks in. The wind up, the pitch, fastball, misses outside, 3-1. Standing on deck is Real Muto. Strider looks in on the 3-1 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees. Harper was taken all the way on that one. Full count. So that's the good news. The bad news is the runners will be on the move. With 2 outs, the 3-2 pitch. Strider spins around. Does not deliver the ball. We'll do it again at 3-2. That'll be considered an offering. So a 3-2 count. Runners on first and second. The runners are off. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And somehow he gets out of it with just the 1 run given up. Maybe his last inning. He's up over 90 pitches. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What? No,
You are promoting a benefit to clothe homeless people. You can't come out dressed like that. You're all puffed up. You look like you're going to swing in on a chandelier.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
In 1910, Ty Cobb was locked in a fierce battle with Napoleon Lajoie of the Cleveland Indians for the batting championship of the American League. The hugely popular Lajoie had led the league in batting twice before and was considered the greatest second baseman in the game. The Chalmers Motor Company had offered a new car to the man who won the title. Cobb wanted that car, but he was so detested by those who played against him that when he and Lajoie were neck and neck for the title at the very end of the season, the manager of the St. Louis Browns, just to spite Cobb, ordered his third baseman to play so deep that Lajoie got 6 bunt singles in a row. The manager was found out and fired. Cobb ended up winning the title by a single percentage point. Years later, it was discovered that in fact Lajoie should have won. Cobb's average had been inflated by counting one game twice, but both men got cars. It would be the first of 10 cars Cobb would receive over his career.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by just 1. We head to the top of the 6th inning. Braves have put just 3 hits on Ranger Suarez. He has outdueled Spencer Strider so far. Strider's pitched a pretty good game. Now, he has scattered 8 hits, so he hasn't been great, but he's all in all a pretty decent game. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. It's time to get him some kind of run support. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high in the sky down the line. Bending foul out of play. 1-1. You knew that ball wasn't going to go very far because when Ozzie hit the ball, his front foot was not down. The 1-1 pitch. Curveball, did he go around? They're going to check it. He did not. First base umpire, Ramon De Jesus, said he held up. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a check. Well, half-hearted swing. Not sure what that was. 2-2. Kind of a check swing, kind of a oopsie-daisy swing. So a 2-2 count to Ozzie. The wind up, the pitch off the plate wide. Ball 3. So a full count to Ozzie Albies. Trying to get aboard any way he can. He's gone fastball, curve, cutter, fastball. A full count as Ozzie uses his timeout. The wind up and pitch and caught looking, strike 3. Ozzie wants to argue it, but once again, seen this a lot the last couple weeks with the Braves hitters. You got 2 strikes on it. You got to swing that bat. You can't hope they're going to bail you out with a really wide call. That ball was right there in the box. That'll bring Riley to the plate. Riley, last time up, swung at the first pitch and was an easy out. He's 0 for 2. Changeup misses out wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 94 up top, 1-1. LSU leads Tennessee in the College World Series 1-0 in the 5th. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high. Will it stay fair? It's going back on the track, into the night sky, baby. A solo shot, game tying 12th home run of the year, 409 happy feet, 109 miles an hour off the bat of Mr. Austin Riley, and the rake makes it 1-1. He absolutely tattooed. There was no doubt about it when he got a hold of it. My biggest question was, would it stay straight? And it did. That'll shut up a big part of Citizens Bank Park. I thought that was going to get into the second level way back. It just missed it. Just missed the facade. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is a ball inside. 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Curveball taken right there, first strike. 1-1. 1-1 pitch to d'Arnaud. Rocks and fires. High and outside. 2-1. Be interesting to see if they send Strider back out there for the 6th. He's in to the 90s. They may send him out there to see how far he can go. It's the middle of the order for Philadelphia due up. The 2-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball's rifled foul over the first base dugout. It's 2-2. Travis d'Arnaud walked in the second. He's 0 for 1. The 2-2 pitch. Curveball misses outside wide, 3-2. His curveball, if you're not seeing it, the closest thing I can come to who I think of, his curveball reminds me of Jamie Moyer's. Like, you never think that ball is going to get to the plate. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is rifled down third baseline. Do it again, a full count. The difference is he's got a 94, 95 mile an hour fastball to back it up. That's a big difference. 16, 17 miles an hour difference between that and his curveball. The 3-2 pitch. Fastball misses wide. Ball 4. Ranger Suarez gives up a run, and now he's walked one. We've gotten his pitch count up to 94. A little bit on the ropes here. Philly wants to see if they can get him through this inning. They'll definitely leave him in to face the left-hander, Olson. Real Muto and the entire clan are going to come out there and talk to Suarez on the mound. Doesn't appear that any of the coaches are out there. Oh, no. Well, somebody's sticking his nose in. I think the pitching coach wants to be included, but Real Muto is the one carrying the freight on this. I'll tell you something else, and I think a reason why I don't like Alfonso Marquez. He looks so much like Angel Hernandez. They could be brothers. I think I've mentioned that before, but that's probably not helping his cause with me. Every time I see him, I'm like, you look like Angel Hernandez after like a severe thumping. Baltimore leads Tampa Bay 7-2. Lefty-lefty matchup. The wind up, the pitch, in the dirt. 1-0. Phillies bullpen is starting to warm up the right-hander. Atlanta's starting to stir as well. The 1-0 to Olson. Swing, and that ball is ripped over to second. It's going to be an easy 4-6. No, Olson beats it out. That's like seeing a unicorn. Olson beating out a double play. Give that man a shoe deal. Looking at the replay, did he actually beat it out? He did. He's got those long strides. If he can get them going. I'm convinced if Matt Olson got some kind of a running coach, he could be much faster as long as his strides are. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is down below the knees for a ball, 1-0. I mean, don't do it during the regular season, but I'm talking about off season. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball. Same one Ozuna was having trouble with the first time up. It's 1-1. One count. 2 outs, 1 on. The wind up, the pitch swung on. That ball is ripped over to short. It's going to be a scoop to second. 6-4 put out to end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves tie it up as the rake goes deep. It's 1-1. We head to the bottom of the 6th.
Why would I spend $7 to see a movie that I could watch on TV?
Well, why go to a fine restaurant when you can just stick something in the microwave? Why go to the park and fly a kite when you can just pop a pill?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. David Ortiz was actually sued by Jay-Z in 2010. Ortiz had opened up a nightclub in the Dominican Republic called 4040, which Jay-Z thought was too similar to his nightclubs, named the 4040 Club. Ortiz and Jay-Z reached an agreement, and the trademark infringement lawsuit was settled out of court.
World air quality is at an all-time low.
But hey, that doesn't mean you can't have a little fun. New from Mattel, it's the greenhouse gas gun. Do you hate the snowman next door? Use the greenhouse gas gun. There is simply no end to the amount of fun and respiratory disease you can have with the greenhouse gas gun.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
I think baseball is a great support to people who have emotional voids, gaps, emotional difficulties. That is to say, all of us. Those parts of us that don't function well, those parts of us that are sad or depressed, not every day, they can really use baseball. It isn't just the child in a wheelchair or the shut-in senior citizen listening to the radio that needs the game. There's part of us, part of everybody who's a baseball fan, that needs the game at that level.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider will go back out there. Let's see how he fares here in the 6th. And I'm sure it'll be a quick hook if he gets in trouble. Strider is set to face Real Muto, Stott, and Bohm, the 5, 6, 7 hitters. It's about time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. We'll try to squeeze this in as we go along. For June 20th in the world of baseball. First pitch on the way from Strider is a slider on the outer edge to Real Muto. It's 0-1. JT 1 for 2, a single in the 4th. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase the slider down. It's 0-2. On this date in 1901, John W. Taylor goes the distance but loses to the Bean Eaters, otherwise known as the Boston Braves later. When the Bean Eaters beat the Orphans, the 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. 1-2. They defeat the Orphans at Boston South End grounds. So essentially the Boston Bean Eaters versus the Chicago Cubs. Sorry, Boston Braves versus Chicago Cubs. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away, 2-2. The right-hander will begin a remarkable streak of 187 complete games that will end in August of 1906. The 2-2 from Strider. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 98 miles an hour. Locomotive down the line. For out number 1. The right-hander begins the remarkable streak of 187 complete games that will end in August of 1906 when he is relieved by another pitcher after amassing an incredible 1,727 innings of work, including finishing up 15 games in relief. That was in 1901. The first pitch on the way to Stott is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Strider in the dirt, 2-0. He's gone fastball, changeup, both outside to start the at-bat. Stott 0 for 2. The 2-0 pitch from Strider. Rocks and fire. Swing and a miss. 97 up top. 2-1. This date in 1921 at Fenway Park. Babe Ruth hits his 127th home run of his career. 2-1 from Strider. Lets it fly. Just off the plate wide. 3-1. So a big pitch here for Strider. He's got 100 pitches on the night. If he loses Stott, he'll probably be done for the night. The 3-1. Spencer, fastball swung on and fouls it back. It's 3-2. That 127th home run of Babe Ruth in 1921 helped the Yankees beat the Red Sox in 10 innings. The homer moved the Sultan of Swat past Sam Thompson into second place on the home run list. 11 home runs behind the all-time leader, Roger Connor. 3-2 pitch, swung on, grounded over to first. Be an easy scoop and step on the bag for Olsen for out number 2. Oh, how the game has changed where you can take over the all-time home run lead at 100 and I guess it would have been 138 at the time in 1921. So that'll bring Alec Boehm to the plate. Boehm still has not touched home plate. He's standing at it, and the first pitch on the way is a swing and a pop-up. Can of corn. Haven't seen many of these tonight. Ozzie will put it out for out number 3. We'll head to the top of the 7th. Arcia, Pilar, and Harris due up.
Your feelings about going to Atlanta, no doubt it was your first preference.
Definitely. And Atlanta chose me, and I'm very pleased with that decision. I can't wait to get to town and get with them fans down there and pack them in there.
When Detroit took the other Sanders, I saw a big grin come across your face.
I was so happy. But I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would ask for so much money that I had to put me on layaway.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In 1992, Hall of Fame pitcher Hal Newhouser was a scout for the Astros. In that year's draft, the Astros had the number 1 pick, and Newhouser was dead set on getting a certain prospect. But the Astros went against Newhouser, and he was so upset that he quit his job. The player the Astros decided not to pick was Derek Jeter.
Baseball is a red-blooded sport for red-blooded men. It's no pink tea, and mollycoddles had better stay out. It's a struggle for supremacy, a survival of the fittest.
Ty Cobb liked sentimentality in his opponents because he had none himself. Baseball, he said, is something like a war.
Ty Cobb is one of the great natural forces of baseball. Testament to how far you can get simply through will. I don't think Ty Cobb had tremendous natural ability. I don't think he would be a great athlete today, but his intensity, his drive was unparalleled. Cobb was pursued by demons, and he took out all of his aggressions on the playing field. Everyone was his enemy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Philadelphia Phillies. We are tied up, heading to the top of the 7th inning. You wait for action to resume. We'll go back to turnback time. On this date, 1982, Three River Stadium in a 3-1 loss to the Pirates, Pete Rose became the 5th major leaguer to appear in 3,000 games. Phillies first baseman, playing in his 520th consecutive game, joins Ty Cobb, Stan Musial, Hank Aaron, and the Yaz. First pitch on the way to Arcia is in the dirt, and there is a new pitcher, Hoffman. More on him in a second. It's in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Down and away, 2-0. Jeff Hoffman, 30-year-old, 6'5", 235. 14 innings this year. The 2-0 pitch swung on and banged foul down the line, 2-1. Hoffman with a 2.57 ERA, 14 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts. The 2-1 pitch off the plate wide, ball 3-1. Hoffman came over from Cincinnati after the last couple of years. Before that, he was in Colorado. Drafted by the Blue Jays in 2014 in the first round. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 97 up top. And a full count to Arcia. Rosario has grabbed a bat. The left-hander will face the right-hander now. So you got a full count to Arcia. The wind up the pitch. Inside, ball 4 in Orlando. Draws the walk to start off the 7th. So a good at bat by Orlando will bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Rosario has been one of the hottest hitters for the Braves. Now coming on to face the right-handed Hoffman. Rosario, 265 average now. 13 home runs. The first pitch on the way is right there for a strike splitter. About belt high, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Eddie. Rocks and fires down below, 96 misses. It's 1-1. On this date in 2003, 20 years ago, Miguel Cabrera, who we just saw play for Detroit the other day, got his first major league hit. It's the 1-1 to Eddie. Swing, and that ball is laced into right field. Going to get down for a base hit. It's going to get all the way to the warning track. Orlando Arcia is coming around. They're going to send him, and here comes the throw. No, they're going to slam on the brakes. Man, oh man alive. Ron Washington did his favorite go, go, go. Whoops, I'm just kidding. Slam on the brakes and blow out your hamstring. So runners on second and third and nobody out. I couldn't believe they were even thinking about sending him with no outs. Arcia, he doesn't have catcher speed, but he's not the fastest in the world. He was going around, and Washington at the last minute put up the stop sign. But when he puts up a stop sign, I'm telling you, if you've never paid attention to it, it's a kind of a stop sign. The first pitch on the way to Harris is swung on and lined straight to first base, a one hopper, and the infield drawn in. It's going to be an easy out for out number 1. It's a good thing he did stop him, because there's no way that he beats that throw. So Ronald Acuna Jr. will come to the plate. The infield is still drawn in. First pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is roasted into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. The Braves lead by 1. Here comes the throw to the plate, and Rosario is going to be held up at third. So we've got runners on the corners. 1 out, and the Braves lead it 2-1. Good piece of hitting by Ronnie. He was sitting dead red the first pitch he saw. I think he was just looking to put the bat on the ball and send something to the outfield. Make sure he didn't hit it into the ground. Looking at the replay, It's a good thing that Marsh really was playing pretty far in considering who was at the plate, so wouldn't have been much of a chance to get Eddie there at the plate. Better to have him stay there than run out of the inning. They're going to have a talk with Hoffman. While we do that, we'll just finish up the turn back time. Miguel Cabrera, 20 years ago today, which, like I said, we saw him hit a home run last week in Detroit. He hit his first major league hit. It was a 2-run walk-off home run in the 11th for the Marlins win over the Devil Rays. That's how long ago it was, at Dolphin Stadium. The Marlins had signed the 20-year-old from Venezuela in the amateur free agent draft in 99. And that's your turn back time for June 20th in Major League Baseball. So the powwow was done and runners on the corners, 1 out. Ozzie Albies comes to the plate and he takes a hack and a swing and a miss. Man, I thought he was going to get a hold of that one. That thing kind of floated up there. Splitter. His splitter doesn't split. It's more of like a hanging changeup. Ozzie just missed it. Hoffman turns around and tries to catch Acuna over at first, napping. And then they throw it over to third. And Rosario is safe. So runners on the corners. And you can tell that the runners are in the head of Hoffman, so he might hang one here to Ozzie. Ozzie just needs to lift one into the outfield to give us a 2-run lead. Rosario with good speed standing at third. Acuna looks like he's about to take off. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, 94, just misses, 1-1. Runners on the corners, 1 out. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball is grounded over towards second. It's going to get into the hole, and Ozzie will knock in Eddie Rosario. They were in double play depth. The Braves lead it 3-1. It was a slow roller over towards the second base side. No chance to get Acuna and Ozzie. So the second baseman Stott took the smart play. Acuna was moving on the pitch. And he just took the easy play over to first. It was almost a hit and run type. The Braves lead it 3-1. The first pitch on to Riley, who sent one to downtown Philadelphia his last time up. It's down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Downstairs, 96 misses. 2-0. Braves 3. Phillies 1. Top of the 7th. Acuna stands on second. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit high, but not quite deep enough into center field. Underneath to make the catch is Marsh for out number 3. But not for your Atlanta Braves take a 2-run lead. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All one. A 2. A 3.
Casey was baseball mad. Had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. I don't care if I never get back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Bottom of the 7th inning. Atlanta Braves lead this one 3-1. And they're having I'm not sure why it's taking them so long to get back to, here we go. Taking them quite a while to get back to, I don't know if they had the Philly fanatic riding around on a scooter again or what in the hell is going on. But anyways, we are back at it. Braves lead at 3-1. And it's going to be A.J. Minter coming in to face Cody Clemens. That's why I was waiting to see who they had decided to bring in. A.J. Minter will come in to face Clemens, assuming they allow Clemens to bat, which I think they probably would at this stage in the game. That might be why they're going to A.J. at this point. He would be summoned to face Clemens here, and then they would probably go to the bench, but right now Marsh is on deck and then Schwarber. So I think the main thing was to get him to face Schwarber. And then they would go righty in the 8th if everything worked out well. A.J. Minter kicks and deals, and the first pitch is well down below the knees, 90 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from A.J. Rocks and fire. Swing and a miss. Might have just got a piece of that. Knocks it foul, but man, it was barely. It didn't even come into the screen. Toronto has taken a 2-0 lead over Miami, thankfully. Starting to wonder if they had a pulse down there. The 1-1. Check swing foul, 96 outer edge. Top shelf, it's 1-2. Cody Clemens, the son of Roger, the Rocket, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. So at least he's got the strikeout thing in common with his dad. They are in the bottom of the 8th in Miami, by the way. Baltimore and Tampa, it ain't over. It's now 7-4. It was once 7-0 in that game. Baltimore leads. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is dribbled over to second. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out to start the 7th. I think he was on more than that. When Roger Clemens took that shattered bat and chucked it at Piazza, that's all you need to know about roid rage. That's all you needed to know about that right there. So Marsh comes to the plate. They will leave him in, I guess, for defensive purposes. First pitch on the way to Brandon Marsh is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Got to thinking about who they would go to, and I realized we were just watching Detroit, and they typically would bring Veerling in here, but they DFA'd Veerling, and Detroit scooped him up. The 1-0, inside and high, 2-0. Brandon Marsh came over from the Oakland A's late season trade. He's really taken over that position. The 2-0 pitch. Minter rocks and fires. Swing and a miss, 95 up top. Right in his kitchen, it's 2-1. Braves 3, Phillies 1, bottom of the 7th, the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Whoa, 96 up top. This is looking more and more like the Minter of old. Getting in that midseason form, we're used to seeing him. He's a slow starter for whatever reason. The 2-2 from AJ. Lets it go. Did he go around? 96 up top. He did. Strike 3. Yak him. Marsh does not like it, but third base umpire Alex McKay says, adios, muchacho. No soup for you. Out number 2. I'm not sure if you went around either, but we'll take it. When you go into a series like this in Philadelphia, I always think to myself, when you have this huge lead on them, the biggest thing is to make sure you get a win early in the series. So the last thing you want to do is get swept. If you don't get swept, anything else you can live with this early on. You want to win the series, but the first pitch on the way to Schwarber swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. These games are so big in your division because 1 equals 2. And then this year they're even bigger because we only play each other 12 times. You know, before it was 19, the 0-1 pitch, they're going to drop down and bunt. Minter's got it, flips it over to first. And just like that, 3 up, 3 down. The mighty Schwarber had to try to throw a bunt at AJ. How about that? We'll be back in a flash.
Isn't that just like a wop? Brings a knife to a gunfight.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Please enjoy responsibly.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. He's the all-American man.
My number 3 that I can't go cheap on, cereal.
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of kinds that you can do, but if you're talking about, like, don't ever try to do the generic Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like soggy before you even pour the milk on it.
It's before you even open the bag. It's soggy. You're like, how'd that happen? It came with its own liquid.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Baseball has fallen. Yes, the national game has become degraded. At certain match games, large amounts of money changed hands among the spectatorate. A noted New York club is said to have sold the results of a match. Barked chins and broken fingers may be easily mended, but a disfigured reputation may never be entirely repaired. Once more, abandon the bat, boys, if you cannot keep the game pure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Philadelphia Phillies 3-1. If you're just joining us, Kyle Schwarber tried an attempted bunt down against Minter. Down 2 2 outs. Their big home run hitter, as they love to say, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out. First pitch on the way to Darno. Hoffman will stay in the game. Misses high. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. The 1-1 to Darno. Swung on and popped up. Will it stay in play? Giving chase over by first base. Just bends into the first row of seats. 1-2, just past the screen. So Darno will live to tell the tale. The 1-2 pitch from Hoffman. Righty-righty matchup. Right there at the knees. Called strike 3. Buckled Darno. Never got the bat off his shoulders for out number 1. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out with us here on Braves Country Baseball tonight. Please like and subscribe today. We're here at least 4 times a week, usually 5 or 6. That's going to be it for Hoffman. They're going to go to the pen. We'll take the break with them. Braves lead at 3-1. Matt Olson coming to the plate.
You couldn't figure out the World Series for yourself? It's just common sense. Anybody knows you got to keep your worlds apart.
I'm going to go, and I guess to hone it in, I was going to say chemicals, but cleaning supplies.
Okay, yeah, I like it.
You can go cheap on them. You can buy store brand. Doesn't clean to your satisfaction. Just add a little more to it.
What you and I have told the American public today is there's certain things that you don't want to go cheap on, but if it comes down to your health or your cleanliness, you're fine with it.
Armchair.
We sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Every magnate in the country is indebted to this man, Harry Wright, for the establishment of baseball as a business, and every patron for furnishing him with a systematic recreation. Every player is indebted to him for inaugurating an occupation by which he gains a livelihood, and the country at large for adding one more industry to furnish employment, sporting life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. And it is 3-1 Atlanta. Matt Olson climbing into the box. He's going to face Andrew Vasquez, the lefty. You knew they were going to the southpaw out of the pen. First pitch on the way from Vasquez. Misses inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Vasquez, 33 innings, a 1.62 ERA. The 1-0 swing and a miss. Slow slider up top. It's 1-1. The 1-1 swing, and that ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track, upper deck, baby. A solo shot, and Matt Olson Zip, boom, bam, it is gone. 438 happy feet. And the Atlanta Braves have taken a 4-1 lead here in Philadelphia. Got him. He hung that pitch. Same pitch that he went to the first time. This time, he hung it about belt high, maybe a tad lower than that, right in his wheelhouse. It almost got up to the very top deck. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna. It's right there, first strike. It's 0-1. Ozuna takes the 0-1 pitch and rifles it into right field, right at Castellanos for out number 2. And here's an interesting fact. I meant to bring this up on the show earlier in the week, but what the hell? Let's talk about it now. Home runs hit 450 feet or further. The all-time record in a season is 16. Now, that's since they've been doing StatCasts. Is Arraez takes the first pitch and swings and rifles it up the middle for a base hit, a 2-out single. So since they've started doing StatCasts, that's just 2015, granted. So not a very, this is the, 9th year of it. The all-time record is to have 16 home runs of 450 feet or more throughout an entire season. It's held by the Colorado Rockies, who play, well, in Colorado. Back in 2000, it's either 16 or 17 that they did that. The other team was the New York Yankees and the Marlins, who were the top 3. Both of them, by the way, had Stanton on the team. Your Atlanta Braves have hit, as the first pitch on the way to Rosario's right there, first strike. It's 0-1, 1 on, 2 out. Your Atlanta Braves this year, through 72 games, have 16 home runs of 50 to 450 feet or more. So they've already tied it. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and it is going to get dropped into center field, kind of an check swing, and it's a 2-out single. Rosario on base again. He's 2 for 2, so get runners on first and second and 2 out. Pitch was on the outside part of the plate. He just kind of flipped the bat out there. Marsh playing deep, never had a chance to get to it. So, yeah, the Braves have already tied the all-time record since the StatCast era, so you got to take that with a grain of salt. But they've done it halfway through the season. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris' second is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. So the next home run the Braves hit, 450 or more, and I thought that was going. That's why I jumped on that. The 0-1 pitch, high and inside, 1-1. The next home run of 450 feet or more, which it feels like the Braves hit one every other night, will break the all-time record, and we're just 72 games into the season. The 1-1 pitch, slider off the edge of the plate, swing and a miss by Michael, and it's 1-2. It is birthday time here on Braves Country Baseball, so I thought y'all might like that little stat. I was astounded by it. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning, but not for your Braves. And the Ice House make it 4-1. We head to the bottom of the 8th, a 3-run lead in cheesesteak country.
I just remember, like, in 1998, when the internet blew up and everyone was all freaked out about it, and they were like, keep your information off the internet. And we were like, yeah, for sure. And, like, now, a stranger can literally just pull up to us in an alley and roll down the window, say our name, and we're like, oh, thank God. Can you take me to where I live?
Pete Schneider was a pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds from 1914 to 1918. On May 23rd, 1923, he had one of the greatest nights a baseball player can have. In that game, he was the starting right fielder for Vernon of the Pacific Coast League at Salt Lake City. In his first at-bat in the first inning, he hit a 2-run home run. Vernon batted around in the third, and once again, he would come up to the plate, this time with the bases loaded. With one swing, he unloaded them with a grand slam. In just 3 innings, he had 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. In the 4th inning, he again hit a home run, this time a 3-run home run. His next at-bat came in the 6th. He just missed another home run when he hit a double off the very top of the center field wall. In the 7th inning, he hit his 4th home run and 2nd grand slam of the game, raising his home run total to 4 and his RBI total to 13. Vernon would bat around again, and Schneider would come to the plate again in the 7th, this time with the bases empty. He hit another home run. His last at-bat came in the 9th. His last at-bat resulted in a flyout to center field. He ended the game with 5 home runs and 14 RBIs. What a performance. Oh yeah, and his team ended up winning the game 35-11.
Rothstein was basically a guy who never gambled. He's known as a gambler, and he never gambled on anything in his life, which is why he got very, very wealthy. He only put money ostensibly gambling on things that he knew were a sure thing or that he had covered so well that there was no way that he couldn't make a profit. I don't think he really cared about sports. I think he really did cynically feel like, well, these guys are schmucks. They're going to be old men, and I'm still going to be making money off this game when they just have to pay to get into the stadium.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead the Philadelphia Phillies 4-1, and Nick Anderson comes into the game. 3.49 ERA through 28 innings, 32 strikeouts. This would set up for eyeglasses in the 9th. So you can go Mentor to Anderson to Iglesias, which is what the Braves envisioned when the season started. Depending on the lineup, you either go Anderson in the 7th, Mentor in the 8th, or vice versa. So this will put him against the righty Turner. And the first pitch on the way is a fastball, top of the zone, 94, 0-1. The 0-1 to Turner. Kicks and deals, swing, and fouls it back. Just bends out of play behind home plate, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Wind up and lets it fly. Just off the plate, curveball misses, 1-2. Tried to get Turner to chase that off the plate. Get you a real quick scoreboard update. Orioles lead the Rays 7-4 in the 6th. The 1-2's in the dirt, 2-2. Royals and Tigers. Detroit trails 1-0. That game is in the 9th. Blue Jays lead the Marlins 2-0 going to the 9th. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball's lifted high into center field, going back just before the track. Michael Harris II for out number 1. F8 in your scorecard. Yankees 3-1 over Seattle in the 7th. Cardinals all over the Nationals 5-1 in the 7th. Cubs 2-0 over the Pirates. That game is in the 7th. And also in the 7th, A's lead the Guardians 2-0. Reds over the Rockies in the 5th, 6-2. Castellanos comes to the plate, and he takes the first pitch in the dirt. Curveball misses. It's 1-0. Red Sox 2-0 over the Twins in the 5th inning. Diamondbacks and Brewers, Arizona 4-1 in the 3rd. The White Sox lead the Rangers 2-0. The Astros over the Mets 3-0. Both of those games are in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And that's your out-of-town scoreboard update. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. It is time for birthdays here on Braves Country. One of an ex-Brave, near and dear to a lot of folks' heart, is the 1-1 just below the knees. 2-1. Touki Toussaint turns 27 years old today. He is in the Cleveland Guardian organization nowadays. I didn't know that until I looked it up today. The 2-1 pitch, right there on the edge, 2-2. Fastball. Last time I remember Toussaint, he was a part of that trade that when he went over to the Angels. The 2-2 pitch. Wind up, flies. Just off the plate, 94. Full count to Castellanos. If you remember the catcher, hind catcher, Paul Bacco, he caught for the Atlanta Braves in 2000 and 2001. Played in 85 games back then. Had 4 home runs, was the backup catcher to Javi Lopez at the time. Paul Bacco turns 51 today. The 3-2. 96 misses wide. And Anderson walks one with one away. Those who watched baseball in the 80s will remember Dickie Thon. He turned 65 today. Felix Bautista of today's Baltimore Orioles turns 28. The first pitch on the way to Bryce Harper is a swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. It's 0-1. Harper 2 for 3, 2 singles. Even when Harper's not in the Braves. The 0-1 pitch to Harper. Swung on and missed. Curveball just over the top, 0-2. The only good news about this, he's coming to the plate. The worst he can do is make this a one-run game. One on, one out. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. Set him down, Joe. Nick's fingers is so for out number 2. Big strikeout there for Nick Anderson. That'll bring JT Realmuto to the plate. Non-baseball birthdays, and I found out this man is from Augusta, Georgia. And all this time, I thought he was born on Gilligan's Island. Charles Howell III, owner of 3 PGA Tour titles, won Rookie of the Year in 2001, born in Augusta, Georgia. Happy birthday to him. Lionel Richie is 74. I did not know he's from Tuskegee, Alabama. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is rifled into center field. Going to get down for a base hit, and the Philadelphia Phillies have runners on the corners. 2 outs. No! He's going to try to take second. He's out. Real Muto wants to challenge it. I can't believe he tried to stretch that in. We'll have to see. Waiting for the replay. I just assumed the ball was coming in and we're going to have runners on the corners. He tried to catch Harris napping. We'll see if they're going to challenge it. I'd say they're probably going to because Real Muto is convinced he's safe. Harris comes up and he sees it and he fires quickly. The throw beat him. Whether or not the tag got him is another question. Looking at the man, I think logically it tells me he's safe. But the call on the field was out, and there's a part on the swiper you can't tell if he got a hold of the arm. It looked like the first part of the arm got hit by the glove. Oh, and he came off the bag. He came off the bag. He's got to be out. I didn't see that the first time. When he was tagged, he came off the bag. So even if he was safe the first time, his hand, which was outstretched, came off the bag. So if they see that, looking at it one more time, Ozzie had the tag on him the whole time, and you could see separation between his fingertips and the bag. Real Muto's heading back to second base, heading back to the dugout because I think he's almost conceding defeat, but we'll see what happens. You never know till you know. If you look at it that one last time, his fingertips come off the bag. And I don't think that's why he was called out. originally, but he is out. Got him. We'll be back in a flash. Top of the ninth, Braves lead it by 3.
I'm a Sagittarius, which probably tells you way more than you need to know.
Yes, it tells us that you participate in the mass cultural delusion that the sun's apparent position relative to arbitrarily defined constellations at the time of your birth somehow affects your personality.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding, the sporting goods king, could look back on a long career in baseball. First, as a superb pitcher, then as a ruthless club owner, finally as the man who had made the game big business. But he still had one more service to perform. He was determined to prove that baseball was an exclusively American invention, the brainchild of some ingenious American lad. He appointed a commission to prove it, but 2 years of research turned up almost nothing. Then, in 1905, a letter arrived from a frail old man who claimed that General Abner Doubleday had invented baseball as a boy in Cooperstown, New York, one afternoon in 1839. It wasn't true, but it was just what Spaulding had been looking. It proved, he said, that baseball truly was the national game, played by Americans, watched by Americans, now invented by an American.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hit those last birthdays. I don't want to leave them out. John Goodman turned 71. Nicole Kidman, 56. And Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys, he turns 81 today. That's your birthdays in Braves Country. So if you go back to that original, the look on Real Muto, sliding into second, which is really odd. You're down 3 and you're trying to stretch a single into a double with 2 outs. First pitch on the way to Acuna is off the edge for a strike by Covey, who's come into the game. Dylan Covey, it's 0-1. But put that aside, the fact that he's 0-1 pitch swing, and that's a high chopper over to third. Going to have to try to dig and try to throw him out. Acuna safe at first, an infield single for Acuna Matata to get things going here in the top of the ninth. So put that aside, the fact that it's a strange. I mean, if that's a Brave, I'm losing my mind. Like, you're down. The tying run just came to the plate, and you're getting gunned down, and you're a catcher. You're a catcher. Let's put that aside. When he goes head first, the original swipe tag, I think probably missed him, although he might have clipped him on the arm, but he came off at the end. And when he did, Ozzie had held the tag. Speaking of Ozzie Albies, the first pitch on the way is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Covey has a 7.71 ERA. Drafted by the Oakland A's. He's originally from Glendale, California, went to San Diego University. The 0-1 down and in, 1-1. Drafted by the A's in 2013. He's played for the White Sox, most recently the Red Sox. And if he sounds familiar, the 1-1 pitch is swung on and that ball's lifted high, but not quite deep enough into right field. Making the catch is Castellanos for out number 1. Just got underneath it. Covey early in the year pitched a few innings for the Dodgers, and we did see him. So Austin Riley comes to the plate. He belted one into the deep night here in the summer of Philadelphia. Get the Braves on the board earlier. They try to flip it over to first to catch Acuna off the bag, but he's well under the tag. So the first offering to Riley is right there for a strike, 95, right down the pipe. It's 0-1. Riley now with 12 home runs and 35 RBI. He's gotten his OPS up to 756, excuse me. The 0-1 pitch. Covey rocks and fires, swing, and that's ball's grounded weakly over to short. He's going to have to fire it over to first. Turner thought about going to second, but Acuna's speed never would have made the play. So Acuna down to second. It's a fielder's choice. And Acuna into scoring position with Travis d'Arnaud. And who's better at slapping a run home from second than Travis d'Arnaud? d'Arnaud is 0 for 2 with 2 walks. First pitch on the way, right there at the knees, 0-1. Eyeglasses warming up in the bullpen. The 0-1 pitch. Lets it go in the dirt, 1-1. If d'Arnaud can get it going, can keep it going, that man, Matt Olson, standing on deck. It's funny, I talked about how he just owns this park and he's already hit one out. We talked about this in the pregame show, or maybe it was the 3 to 5 show. I can't remember. But my prediction was that he'll hit 2 out in the series. He's already got 1 down. And Covey fell asleep, and guess who steals third? Ronald Acuna Jr. He just goes out there and swipes third. Washington giving him a big hug at third, laughing. Covey was just he's kind of kicking the dirt around the mound, kind of had his head up his rear. And the big thing was the third baseman, Bone, was way off the bag. And it was going to take basically a miracle play to get him down. I don't know why more guys don't do that, because you see it all the time as the 2-1 pitch is right there at the knees, 2-2. You'll see, especially with these shifts or they're playing back, why these guys with speed just don't go take the bag. I don't understand why you don't see more guys steal home, because some of the things that they've done with the third baseman hanging way back off, you can get a heck of a lead. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's a high chopper, should be playable. Turner gets it, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout. Braves threat but fail to score. Will head to the bottom of the 9th. 3-run lead, trying to take game 1.
Sit sharp.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
I remember reading a story one time about Cobb in the minor leagues playing, and they didn't shower in the ballpark. They would go back to their little apartment or house, whatever it was, And every day, Cobb was always in the tub ahead of the roommate. And this one particular day, the roommate got back to the house, and the roommate got into the tub. And Cobb came in and dragged him out of the tub and said from the bottom of his heart, "Don't you understand? I have to be first."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-1. Raziel Iglesias coming into the game with a 3-run lead. He's set to face Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm, and Cody Clemens. So the 6, 7, 8 hitters. Eyeglasses comes in with a 4.08 ERA, 17 2/3, but 22 strikeouts. One thing can be said for him is that when he has struggled, it's usually all or nothing. If he comes in and he's hitting on all cylinders, it's usually pretty quick. The first pitch on the way to Stott misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Fastball misses wide, 2-0. LSU leads Tennessee in the College World Series. That's in the top of the 8th inning. It's a elimination game. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 2-1. That pitch that he fired in was on the inner part of the plate, and Travis d'Arnaud pointed out to him, giving him the nod like, that's how I want it. That's the pitch. The 2-1 pitch. Changeup misses way outside wide, 3-1. So Iglesias working himself into trouble early again. He's got a 3-1 count on the leadoff hitter. The windup swung on and pops it up. Will Rosario get to it? He does not. Bounces foul just out of the outstretched glove of Eddie. Didn't quite have the speed to get over there. Right over there in the corner. Had to worry about colliding with the fence as well. Not that Eddie's a bad fielder, but you do wonder why you don't put Sam Hilliard in to really bolster your defense here in the 9th. Hilliard gets to that ball. So a 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's fouled back. Do it again. Braves 4, Phillies 1. Bottom of the 9th. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, and that ball's lifted down into the left field corner. Off the glove of Rosario. And it's going to be a leadoff double. Probably give him a base hit on that. That was going to be a tough play. Well, I don't know. He should have had it. That thing hit. No, that should definitely be an error. Hit him in the glove. So 2 plays back to back you can point to that if they would have made the defensive replacement would have been an out. They might give him a hit because of the home cooking, but that should have been an error. First pitch on the way to Boehm is a strike at the knees on 1. For those who couldn't see it, the ball came in and out of his glove. Alec Boehm, the 0-1 pitch right there at oh, come on. That was a strike at the knees. Marquez calls it low. It's 1-1. Pitch lands in the same place. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. 3 pitches in a row in that same spot. And it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. The windup swung on, and that ball is rifled into right field, going back, making the catch is Acuna. Stoddle tag up and move to third, but his run essentially means nothing. A runner on third, 1 out. Clemens will come to the plate. Cody Clemens. He's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a ground out. He does have 4 home runs on the year, 12 RBI. The first pitch on the way is way off the plate wide. Changeup misses. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. It's 1-1. Braves and Phillies are back at it tomorrow night. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play right here on Braves Country HD. The 1-1 swung on, grounded over to second, and Ozzie will grab it, fire it over to first. It's a 4-3 put out. The run does score. It's 4-2. Braves will gladly trade the out for the run. The Braves are 1 out away from taking game 1. Brandon Marsh comes to the plate. Standing on deck is Schwarber. So this is a big at bat. You don't want Schwarber to come to the plate representing the tying run. Marsh is going to try to get on any way he can. The first pitch on the way is right there at the knees, 96 miles an hour on the outer edge, painting the black. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Rocks and fires. Swing and a miss. 96 up top. It's 0-2. Phillies down to their last strike. Stomp your feet everywhere in Braves country. Let's get this last strike. The 0-2 pitch. Winds up, fire, swung on. That ball's grounded into center field, and it's going to be a base hit. Kyle Schwarber will come to the plate representing the tying run. It's the one thing the Braves did not want to see. Top of the order, back to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Marsh. Braves had him shaded a little bit, but pretty much it was a honest infield. So Schwarber comes to the plate. He's 2 for 4 with 2 singles. Citizen Bank standing at their feet. The first pitch on the way is a changeup right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-1. I guess at your feet would be the only way you could be standing. The 0-1 pitch. Down below in the dirt, 1-1. Marsh is going to take second base. They may give him a stolen base because of the home cooking, but it's basically defensive indifference. Braves infield is back. Braves lead by 2. The 1-1 pitch just off the plate wide. 2-1. Standing on deck is Trey Turner. He represents the winning run. So Iglesias got to buckle down here. The 2-1 pitch from Raziel. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 2-2. Phillies once again down to their last strike. Braves 4, Phillies 2. 2 outs, a 2-2 pitch. Deuces are wild. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. Yak him. Got out of that one. My word. The more and more Iglesias comes in, the more and more I'm starting to wonder if we did re-sign Kenley Jansen. These are nerve-wracking. He had a few there that were 3 up, 3 down. It's like, all right, this is nice having a closer that goes in and out. But my word, these last few, the Braves hold on to win it 4-2. Atlanta will go 9 games in front of the Philadelphia Phillies. They will go 5.5 in front of the Marlins, who lost tonight. And as far as the Mets and Astros, it's 3-0 Houston. That game is still in the fifth, so a long way to go on that one. Braves win it 4-2. Get the final numbers for you here real quick. I thought Philadelphia was this big sports town. 88% capacity. What? 88% capacity, 37,746. On a Tuesday night against the Atlanta Braves. We had bigger attendance versus the Rockies last week. Atlanta Braves win the game. Just under 3 hours. They're going to call it 2 hours and 46 minutes. I think it's a tad below that because we didn't get started right at 6:40. There was a drag. Something to do with their version of blooper driving a tractor all over the field. The win's going to go to Spencer Strider, who had a bumpy ride, but all in all, you got to give him credit and tip your cap. 6 innings, 9 strikeouts. And no walks. That's the big one. 1 earned run. Hoffman will get the loss. Iglesias gets his 10th save of the season. 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors. 2 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Phillies. Your Atlanta Braves get 1 win closer and inch up the leaderboard. They'll gain a game on everybody in the division if Houston holds. So a good night for Braves country. Braves win it. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win 4-2. Y'all have a good night. We will see you tomorrow. We're live 3 to 5 on Braves country today, and then we'll come at you 6:40 first pitch pregame show around 6:15. Have a great night, Braves country. Go enjoy it.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love, and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers